Excuse me? What did I miss? Who's getting married? What's up? Hello, everybody. Oh, my. Oh, me, oh, my. Oh, me, oh. Ooh. Hello, me, my. Huh. Go ahead and scotch that up a bit. Cool. Matt, who proposed to you? What's up? What's going on? Ooh. Hello. Hello, everybody. Yes, it is time for the show. Because I got first. Oh. Why does that mean that I married you? Oh, I didn't need... You are the prime. Marry me. You did. I did. I said what? I said what? I did not. I have no recollection of proposing to you or proposing to anybody that gets first. I might have. I actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I might have. It might be in the description of getting first. Actually, I just realized that my screen isn't actually pulled up yet. So if I pull up my thing, it won't do anything. That's what it says. All right, I need to look at this real quick because I don't remember what I put for it. Oh my goodness, and it makes it look as though everything is new for me. You are the prime, marry me. Oh, that's right. I forgot that I put that in there. Oh, that's great. Well, congratulations on first, Madeline. We will talk about nuptials when stream is over, I suppose. I guess Dorian waited around for too long. So it's just how it's happening. Unfollow? What? But I'm saying I'll honor the commitment that I just made to you. Kinda. You know? Oh my goodness. I don't want it. But you said you redeemed it. You redeemed this, madam. This is on you. This is your fault. It's there. It's legally binding. So I don't know what to tell you now. You're a kept woman. You're a kept woman. Congratulations. Congratulations, Madeline, on that. I didn't know what I was getting myself into. Yeah, well, that's what a lot of people say when they marry young. But you're not really all that young now, are you? So sucks to suck, kind of, doesn't it? Oh, I don't know. You should have thought about that. You really Can I at least get confetti? You know, I don't. When I get my stream deck, I'll have a confetti button. Confetti, where it's virtual confetti and not real confetti, because real confetti is terrible for the environment and kills animals. So, yes. Facts. Exactly. But we can throw birdseed at our wedding. It'll be great. It'll be lovely. We'll have us there, obviously. We'll have Digital and maybe Mello and Dorios and that's kind of the people. That's all the people. We can have Kiki there. Kiki can be my best man. We can have seriously, it's doing it again. It's still doing it. This is annoying. I need to figure out how to fix this. If I make it... Nope, that just makes it larger. How about if I alt this? This is the prime quality content that you guys come here for. Me trying to figure out how to... That just elongates it, which is kind of cool, but... whatever. Merkler is going to be on my side, Bish. No, Merkler is going to be... Merkler. Gross. Kiki is going to be my best man. So, you know. There's a setting in the window. There's a setting in the window. You act like that means something to me. Yep. Don't know. Something that I'll fix before next stream, if I remember. Because I don't do that very often. I don't actually remember things that I'm going to fix. But I did fix something. Um, if you type something into chat on either YouTube or Twitch, then it will go to the other platform now, which is a success for me. I call that a win. Yes. Anyway. Oh my goodness. Also, just an early forewarning. This might be a slightly shorter stream because my eye is still choosing to give me problems today. So, I don't want to talk to those peasants. The which peasants? What did I already say? Yeah, I'm not like fully here. They have taken a like baby micro nap right before stream started, so my brain is already like already a little off. I'm here and totally 100% not late. I have totally been here for like 20 minutes. Bob, if you were here and not totally 11 minutes and 20 seconds late, then you would be engaged to me and not Madeline. So I have to call lies on this. That or you don't want to marry me, and if that is the case, then I will just be offended. So which is it? Do you not want to marry me, or were you late? Yeah. I would be what to you? Why are you not engaged? Okay, so if you have the chat window open, okay, window open for restream, hit the gear at the bottom, then go to appearance, then there's a slider side. Wait, what? This is not... Explain it to me off of this. There is no way. I don't want to marry you because polyandry is illegal. Well, the fact that you wouldn't break the law for me just shows that our love never would have made it. So, I guess there's that. I put a ring on it. Yes. Also, because I've heard the kind of proposal you want, and I couldn't do that. Yeah, sounds about right. Fair enough. Yeah, so if you've ever read the description of claiming first, it says, "You are first. Prime, marry me." Mad read that for the first time today. And so she took that as a wedding proposal. So Madeline and I are now getting engaged, or are now engaged. So, yes, a shame that you missed out. So, could have had all this, but it's Mad's now. Open marriage, I assume. Well, no, we're totally into the closed marriage, full monogamy. We're obviously able to sleep with other people, but totally not an open marriage. Like, we are each other's crimes. That's what it says in the description. That's what we are. And I love that that means prime. So I know that actually does mean something. Full monogamy, able to sleep with other people. Yes, the full monogamy. You get it. I'm glad that we understand each other. Anyway. Now that my eyes, my face, I need to stop. Okay. Yes. Which once again, this might be a shortened stream because my eyes are still bugging me. And particularly this light, or like fluorescent light in general is kind of bugging me. So, yeah. What are we doing today? Today we're doing Afterward again. Yes, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years that we have not, that there are extra details to that we get to see. So I know that we're going to, at bare minimum, do set sail today. And depending on how long that is, we will see if I'm capable of continuing. But yes, So I'd say that was a successful first 15 minutes of stream. I got engaged. I let everybody know what we were doing. I fixed a problem on Restream. Um, they're all relatively short until you get to piece by piece. Perfect. Well, if depending on what you mean by relatively, take two. Depending on what you mean by relatively, we might be able to get through a couple more because, as far as I can tell, my eye isn't looking terrible, and if it doesn't look terrible, I can suffer through a little bit. But let's get into the game. Did I actually remember to do everything today? I did. Oh, Patrick, you yes. Unless you do the story so far, which will probably be the entire stream. I realized that we missed that last time. And I might do it on stream. Not particularly this one, as pain. But we will be doing Set Sail. Does this look right to everybody? I feel like this doesn't look right. Oh, nope, that's not a thing. Eh. There we go. I like it better with the little gap right here, rather than it being all the way over there on the edge of the frame. I like the little gap right here instead. Perfect. All right, let's get into this. Can we all hear everything? Can we all see everything? Is my face gorgeous today? I am amazing. Yes, yes, I am. That's always the answer to that question. Music is very soft, but I don't know if that's just because I have it kind of turned down in my ear or if it's because it's just music's just being a soft boy today. Um, okay, cool. And everything looks like it's bon. So let's set sail. Maybe. Okay. Point of view, Carlos. Approximate word count 3,000. Warning, explicit segs. So also, by the way, for everybody, I have this already set up on Twitch, and I think I have a warning also on YouTube. But yes, this game does deal with. There's an entire like warning at the beginning that it deals with like sexual situations, like concepts that might be triggering, coming out, parental denial, all of that good stuff. So if you were easily triggered or offended, then I am not a good person to watch. Oh, I should fix those warnings if you're in uncensored mode. If you're in censored mode. I think so. I don't think there is an uncensored. Wow. There we go. Preferences. Yeah, I don't even have the adult patch like put in right now. So I do not believe that it actually has a like uncensored bit. Return. All right, let us set sail. Carlos and Nick navigate the early days of their relationship. Cute. I can't wait to see what this entails. Because, yeah, it kind of went from like they meet, they know that each other is gay, they kind of sort of have like a flirtationship. Then Carlos gets jealous. Then they're like, they have a passionate, very like Meg Ryan esque style kiss. And then suddenly to their engagement. So I'm excited to see what their relationship was like. I actually thought about this a lot this week, and was hoping that we would get to see more parts of this because it was like it very much. There's no explicit anything in this build. Oh, perfect. I mean, perfect for streaming. Kind of on a personal note, um, but yeah, because the kiss that they have is very like reminiscent of like a 90s rom-com. And then it goes into like a cute proposal in front of like family and friends with good news and yada yada. So it's nice to see like the bits of relationships that lead up to that. Wow, was pretty sure I shut that off, but cool. I went into restream which is where I found the bot or the timer that kept going off that was just spamming all the time for Throne. Turn that off. I thought I turned off the this one too because I was gonna redo all of them, but that's funny you say that because that's how this entire series came out. What did I say? I am my brain and memory today is not great about like the intricacies of seeing a relationship from like happy moment to happy moment and all the things in between because those are the interesting little bits. I started by writing falling into place, and then I was like, I want to see their relationship grow. Yeah, it's like it's interesting because it's nice, especially in like little story forms like this, um, to see like people get their happy endings and see the build up to like the will they won't they thing. But like when you're in a relationship, I don't know, it's you're there's so many days between between pivotal like movie moments that you're like, what do they do in general? How does like average dinner look? How does, you know, the hanging out with friends and having them be friends with your friends and all of that? Like, how do all these things work? Anyways, let's read. Set sail. Point of view, Carlos. Carlos and Nick navigate the early days of their relationship in 2009. I was in high school. Ew. Sunday, December 6th, 2009. You're sure I'm not keeping you from something important like spending the day with Adam? Carlos stops walking, suddenly feeling like his heart is in his throat. I knew it was too good to be true. Carlos? It barely registers to him that Nick is looking at him now, with utter concern. Did I say something wrong? Um, he shakes his head, trying to figure out a diplomatic response. Adam is important to me, dude. Nick just nods as if waiting for him to continue. His hand squeezes his between them. I know that, Nick says when Carlos doesn't seem like he's going to continue. I'm sorry, I can't just forget he's part of my life. Whoa, 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 wait, what? Like spending the day with Adam. Was this a snarky comment? Or okay. Uh Nick is looking concerned now. I know that. What are you trying to say? Sometimes I'll need to spend time with him. Prioritize him. Nick lets go of his hand and stands in front of him instead, as if trying to get a better view of his face. Carlos, I know all of this. Do you, though? He forces his gaze away and stares at the ground instead. Nick doesn't say anything for a bit, and Carlos focuses on the feeling of his heart pounding in his chest. Carlos, he says finally, quiet, and so full of concern and honesty that Carlos's heart aches. I'm sorry if I said something wrong. I understand what Adam means to you, what you mean to me, to him. Then why would Carlos stops, going over Nick's words in his mind again, realizing that his tone was sincere. Wait, you weren't being sarcastic? Carlos has some baggage from his ex. Right. I do. Okay. I do remember that. I remember that there was like a line when Carlos and Adam were in Adam's bedroom where he talks about the fact that his other ex post college um, had a problem with how close Adam and Carlos were. Got it. Okay. This makes sense now. What? Nick is confused now. You asked if you were keeping me from something important like spending the day with Adam. I did. What? Why would that be sarcastic? This time it's hopeful. Oh, it feels like he can breathe again. I'm just trying to say that I appreciate you spending the day with me, but Adam is busy too, and you two don't get a lot of days together. This weekend was less busy, and I already took up most of your time yesterday, so I wanted to make sure you were okay with spending time with me. Dude, he's suddenly irrationally angry at how understanding Nick is trying to be. What the fuck? That one seems to hurt, and he immediately regrets it. Nick stares at the ground and bites his lip. Sorry if I. Whoa! Okay. This already, like, is seeping with, like, trauma response from exes. No, no. He forces the feelings down. Sorry, it's not you. I need to explain something. Nick seems hopeful at that. He looks around for a bench or a chair and settles on a short nearby wall, sitting on it, and trying to find the right words as Nick sits cautiously next to him. I guess talking about exes on a second date is against some sort of rule somewhere, but my ex was an asshole. And one of the biggest reasons why was that he resented Adam and how close we were. I guess he thought that because he was my boyfriend, he would always have priority. Nick just stares at him, but he looks like he's starting to understand. The worst was when he was passive aggressive about it. I didn't know better at first and took his offers, I guess would be the word, seriously. Like, Adam woke up one morning with some sort of stomach thing, asked if we could reschedule our breakfast date so I could take care of him, and he said yes. And then we had a fight the next day about it because I was supposed to understand he was upset about it and just, I don't know. Mm. Nick's hands find his warily between them and squeezes, but he doesn't speak, like he's wanting to let Carlos finish. I'm just used to uh, not taking statements about Adam at face value, I guess. So I thought you were saying that I didn't think this date with you was important, but that you were important. Nick nods, a faint smile on his face now as he waits for Carlos to say something else before realizing that's it. Hmm. I think I think at this point Carlos is like 22, 23. Um so totally feel for him. Everybody has like stuff with exes. Really good, like just a good practice to figure out what those are. Like he seems very aware of this, that this is a thing, this is something that like triggers him. Um the positional. He seems like very aware that this is something that triggers him. And it's just always good to be aware of those. That way you can stop yourself before you accidentally are hurtful to people. Babe, Carlos actually really likes the way that sounds. He does sound like an asshole. I promise that I understand, and I don't know how I can convey how sincere I am about that. I don't feel threatened by Adam. I'll always be upfront and straightforward with you. Nothing bothers me, and I promise it doesn't bother me and won't bother me whenever you need to prioritize him for any reason. Nick's voice is so understanding, and he thinks he believes it. Okay, sorry I freaked out when you were just meaning well. I mean, it happens. It's something to like be aware of and kind of keep it in check. I don't think that's your fault at all. Sorry, I didn't realize how my statement would come across. I mean, you also should, Nick. Nick, you sweet boy. Maybe don't apologize though for. I mean, I feel like that doesn't warrant an apology on Nick's end. It's just a like, I didn't realize that that was something that bothers you, and I'll work on it. I don't know. I know, like personally, fun facts about me. my ex used to give me gifts preemptively when he was going to do something terrible. Um, and so whenever Dorian now like tells me that he got me something or does something for me out of seemingly nowhere, it makes me panic. Um, and that's something that I'm aware of and like try to correct. And that's nothing that Dorian needs to do wrong. Isn't that called love bombing? Mm, the thing that I described that happened to me. I cheated on you, but it's okay because here's roses and chocolate. Um, I don't think that's necessarily love bombing. I think love bombing is when you are like overly aggressive and overwhelming um with how much someone loves you. Um Although I guess it could be. Hello, Mellow. Love bombing is an attempt to influence a person by demonstrations of attention and affection. Oh, you are correct then. Oh, did I miss something? Did Mellow either get something or redeem something? Because I do not have things pulled up the way that I should. This is something else I need to fix still is getting my my redeems back up. Set up a two. There we go. Yes, welcome on in, Mellow. I still need to chit chat with you over on Discord. But then yes, you are correct, Bob. That was love bombing. And yes, so like now that kind of a like not overzealous affection, but just like something that is meant in a like kind, congenial, or romantic way makes me panic. Much like Carlos does with like a simple, well-meant question regarding his best friend. So it's good to be aware of those things when they affect you. But also, Nick shouldn't need to be like apologizing for how Carlos is feeling. Carlos laughs despite himself. Dude, how could you have? You're actually a decent human being. Nick smiles gently. Well, thank you. I try my best. But answer your non-sarcastic question, no, I wanted to spend the day with you, and Adam had some materials he wanted to review anyway. Are you sure you don't have anything you need to be doing today? Nick shakes his head, his smile full now. I had to set aside some time this weekend away from school. I thought I needed to. I thought I needed to try and get over you, but he blushes slightly. I guess you know how that turned out. Carlos leans over and kisses him quickly. Are we saying boyfriend? Is that uncomfortable for you? Absolutely not. Okay, then I would like nothing more today than to spend the day with my boyfriend, Nick says. That's cute. Carlos smiles, kissing him again. And I would like nothing more as well. Later, Sunday, December 6th. You know you're one of the most selfless people I've ever met? Carlos looks up at him from his ice cream sundae, surprised. Nick is looking at him with such affection that it hurts. What? I took a very different I took a very different moral from your story. Um, when you took care of Adam when he was sick instead of going out with your boyfriend. Oh, his mind had been so foggy when he was trying to explain earlier that he barely remembered the example he'd used. Nick's hand finds his across the table. You gave up your plans and a bit of happiness for yourself to take care of your best friend. You didn't have to. I'm sure he told you not to. He did. He remembers how Adam had tried to protest before he'd hauled him back to bed and made chicken noodle soup. But that was one time. I've only known you for a few months, babe. Nick starts, and Carlos really likes the sound of that word. But it's enough. You give up little things here and there for him. and for me, and I'm sure for others too. Dude, Carlos is blushing now. I mean, absolutely no sarcasm or subtext with this, but I hope that sometimes you remember to take care of yourself too, and let yourself be selfish and choose happiness for yourself every now and then. And I hope that you'll let me be selfless back to you sometimes. Dude, he's not sure what else to say. Nick doesn't seem to either because he squeezes Carlos's hand again before returning to his creme brulee. Want some ice cream? The hot caramel really is the best in the city. Gross. I have such an aversion to caramel. Nick laughs and Carlos feels like everything's okay again. Yeah, I'll try some ice cream. Tuesday, December 8th. Adam! Carlos's phone rings hmm? and Nick sits up from his position, leaning against him. Carlos puts down his book and removes the arm around. Why can I not read? Oh my god. Caramel. Bob? Bob with your caramel and your no salt? Carlos puts down his book and removes the arm around his back and answers. Food's here, he says when it's just the expected call from the delivery people. Oh my goodness. Unsalted caramel. I will agree, unsalted caramel is just as tantalizing as salted caramel because all caramel is disgusting. I think this is a good stopping point anyway. Adam shuffles some notes around and closes his binder. Nick nods in agreement. How about a movie while we eat then? I'll go grab it and you two and pick. I'll go grab it and you two pick something out. Sounds like a plan, dude. He heads downstairs to receive the food, and by the time he returns, Austin Powers is queued up and paused on the first scene. Oh, that's so great. Dude, Austin Powers? We tried to get Casino Royale and then pretty much any other James Bond movie, but they weren't available. We'll have to rent a DVD sometime. Oh my god, Austin Powers is the best alternative to. It's not even the best alternative. If you're wanting to watch a 007 movie, watch Austin Powers instead. It's so much better. Ugh. I need to watch Austin Powers again. Ah, yes. He opens the bag and distributes the containers. Yeah, but Austin Powers, oh, it's so good. You love this film, dude. I do. It's just not very much like James Bond. It is exactly like James Bond. It has innuendo references. Um, it has spies. It has a vaguely British guy. It has a backdrop that's supposed to be somewhere in Europe that looks absolutely nothing like Southern California. It's great. They're the exact same movies. Fight me. Adam wins. I don't know about that. Spies, intrigue, hot women. Exactly. It's better. There's freaking sharks with freaking laser beams attached to their freaking heads in Austin Powers. It's better. Carlos grins back at him. I see now why you picked this. It might surprise you to learn that Nick picked this out. He grabs his own food and sits down next to him, smiling when Nick scoots closer. Is there something you're not telling me? Sorry, babe, I'm actually super aggressively straight. Oh, what a shame. Well, it was a great 4-day whirlwind romance. I have no regrets. Nick chuckles and Adam smiles and starts the movie. And as they eat and Carlos glances over at his boyfriend leaning against his side and his best friend on the other side of the couch, his heart feels full. I will say that I enjoyed that image, mostly because that is a majority of my nights to a certain extent. And since have been at my new job for like 2 months, I'm kind of getting to know like all of my coworkers now. Um, and particularly when I tell them about my boyfriend, they're like, "Oh, do you live with him?" I'm like, "Yes, I live with him and my best friend." Um, And literally like just today, two of my coworkers were like, "Oh my god, you have like a whole family." Then I tell them about like our animals and yada yada, and more nights than not, we're like in the living room and um either like Dorian and I'll be on the same couch and we like might be cuddling or we might just be like close to each other or like we have our couches kind of like catty cornered to each other and then like Dorian and I'll be like right here while Mad's right here. Like it's really nice. Are you confirming that Matt is your best friend again? Definitely not. Definitely not. That's a Bob, you just had a fever dream. You just had a full fever dream on my stream. Reel that in. Also, I'm pretty sure Madeline is recording, so she's not here to grab a clip. She's not here to give comments, anything. I'm pretty sure I hear her losing her shirt in her room right now, recording. So, is that a cow hype? Moo hype. Oh my goodness. That's one of Josh's. Um, he doesn't think he'd realized before how much he needed someone who could give him this. Later, Thursday, December 8th. After the food's gone and the end credits are rolling, Adam stretches before turning off the TV. Well, I think I'm off to bed early. Don't feel like you don't feel like you have to be in any rush to leave though, Nick. He stands, seemingly thinking for a second before grinning at Carlos. And Carlos knows how much of a heavy sleeper I am, so Chico. Carlos blushes and Nick seems to choke. Oh, that's a clip that doesn't exist, I'm sure. Oh, Bob. Flipping your fever dream. Clearly, that's a deep fake. Deep fake. Fake news. Adam dumps his takeout containers in the trash and heads to his room. Good night, you two. He sits there for a second. Take two. Deep friend ache? Nope, just a deep fake. Clearly, that was someone else. That seemed more clever in my head. Don't you hate that when something sounds good in your head and then you say it out loud or you put it out into the world and then you realize realize that you said deep friend ache? He sits there for a second for a why am I saying second? He sits there for a second, staring at Adam's closed door. So, Nick leans over and kisses him. He tastes like General Tao chicken or sauce. You want me to stay for a bit? I mean, I didn't mean to imply that you'd invite me to spend the night or anything. Nick blushes. I mean, yes, you guys have only been dating for a few days, but you've kind of been in like a back and forth thing for a little bit, and you guys actually kind of like know each other. So, okay, I don't actually remember how I edited the sex out of this, so we're gonna find out together. All right, well, everybody, you're up because we have the creator of the game here who doesn't remember how how they covered some of the content. I remember generally doing it hastily because I was worried about itch pulling games with adult content. Was that something they were gonna do? Because itch.io has a ton of games with adult content on it. Okay, that's weird. If you think your super aggressive straightness has some room for experimentation, oh my, I think we could probably work with that. They clean up their food quickly before Carlos takes his hand and drags him to his room, shutting the door behind them because even if Adam says he's asleep, it still feels improper to give the living room a show. I have words and stories that I am not gonna share on stream. That's how you at least edited this. Um, they undress each other more slowly this time than their first time on Sunday, and when Nick is naked and blushing in front of him, he's pretty sure he's never seen anything more attractive. Well, at least since Sunday. You're beautiful. He runs his hand down Nick's chest, who shivers. Speak for yourself. Nick's looking at him like he can't believe how lucky he is, and the desire in his eyes does it. Carlos grabs him, pulling the both of them into bed together, and fitting their bodies against each other, delicious heat and friction making them both gasp. Uh, insert George Takei's "Oh my" here. You know, Bob, I'm gonna say, um, if you took just like the words, the script, there you go, the script for this, you could definitely put this on like Audible or something, like just as like a general novel. Just saying, because this is literally like the content that I read for Audible, and this is actually more tame than some of the stuff that I read. So, um, what what do you want, babe? Carlos can think of a few things, and they lose themselves in each other for a bit. Is that okay? You were incredible. Nick's eyes are shining but unfocused as they stare into his, and he resists the urge to kiss him, not knowing how he'd feel about it. Nick kisses his cheek gently, that he thinks that answers the question. Instead, pulling him so their cheeks are together and Nick's chin is resting on his shoulder. Thighs content. So are you. Okay, that's how I did it. Apparently. How you to read it? I mean, if you want. I I am experienced in both the like Yags universe and story reading. Um they lie like that for a bit before Nick pulls away and takes some deep breaths. Sorry, that's nice, but a little suffocating. He nods, his hands running down to Nick's ass as he kisses his. I should probably go anyway. Early classes tomorrow. Carlos can't help but feel a little disappointed at that, even though he knows that logistically it doesn't make sense for Nick to spend the night. I'll see you later this week. Nick nods, kissing his cheek again before reluctantly pulling away and slowly sitting up. Yeah, I'm not sure what days yet. We're approaching the end of the semester, so things are a little intense right now. Well, then, thank you for spending time with me. Babe, you're the best de stressor I could have. I mean, kind of sounds like it. I am experienced in what, Patrick? You can look me up on Audible. You can see exactly what I'm experienced in reading. There we go. I mean, we're gonna leave that there. We're gonna leave that bit there. Just using me for the health benefits, then. He's grinning, but Nick looks concerned, and he realizes he isn't quite as aware of when he's joking as Adam is. That was a joke. Ah, Nick smiles again. Absolutely. Orgasms are important for prostate health. So thank you for doing your part to prevent prostate cancer. That is true for any guys out there. Regularly relieving stress that way, yep, is actually very good at preventing that. It's absurd, but he loves it anyway. I think that's one preventative measure I can get behind. Literally. He watches Nick find his clothes and get dressed, feeling a bit of disappointment every time another piece of skin is covered by fabric. Part of his brain thinks about how it's never been like this before for him, but he doesn't want to dwell on that right now. Another pickle. Do you want me to walk you downstairs? Like that? Sure. Nick shakes his head. No, but thank you. I think I like my last image of you tonight to be naked and blissed out. I mean, he just asked if you wanted him to walk you down. He didn't say anything else about any other course of action he needed to take. Just saying. He blushes. Well, then I'm happy to oblige. Nick pulls on his coat and moves next to him, kissing his cheek again. Sleep well, Carlos. You too, Nick. Aww. Oh, that was so cute! Okay, and that only took... God, that took like 40 minutes. We might be able to get a good chunk of this. Why don't we start safety net then? How many emotes does Josh have? Oh my gosh. And then Sill's little dino dancer. Point of view, Carlos. Adam and Carlos head to Adam's parents for the holidays. Cute. Safety net. Friday, December 18th. Oh, this is literally days later. Okay, got it. Oh, I got your mom this artisanal woodcutting board. Is that okay? Carlos drops a plate in front of Adam and kisses the top of Nick's head before fetching the other two plates. Dude, you don't have to get my parents anything. They're putting me up for 2 weeks, Chico, and they probably bought. Take two. Have some coffee. Not that that in any way helps the throat, but you know, we're gonna pretend. We can all pretend. They're putting me up for 2 weeks, Chico, and they probably bought me presents again. I'm not gonna not get them anything. I still need to find something for your dad. Very difficult. Buying for people's parents is difficult. Buying for people is difficult, and then buying for people's parents is more difficult. Why do I have the spinning wheel of death? That was concerning. He sets the other two plates down and sits next to Nick, squeezing his hand on the table. He does like cutting boards, Adam says, picking up his fork. I kind of figured, given how much bread she was baking the last time I was there. She was in her bread making phase then. Oh, just wait, give it roughly 10 years and she'll get right back into it. But there'll be a new invention called TikTok, and it'll tell her all the different ways to make it. She's moved on to canning now. Just wait, in another 10 years, there'll be a cool invention called TikTok. COVID bread, woo! Yeah. Bread, canning, knitting, animals, the activity that Nick and Carlos were just doing. There'll be all that. There'll be all that. And you can find it all on TikTok. Or at least information about it and advice. Carlos feels a bit disappointed at that. I was hoping she could teach me some tricks. The loaves I've tried always come out a little deflated. Well, if Matt was not recording, she could tell us why that was. During the panini, I did nothing. What do you mean you did nothing? That was a lot of time to do nothing. I will guarantee you did something. You either baked bread, learned to can, grew something, watched Tiger King, like everyone else did. Actually, I guess I worked on and released Zags. Did I hear my name? Yes. Why does bread deflate? And Bob has nothing else to tell you. Why does bread deflate? All right, so Bob needs to tell you that he had a fever dream. He had a fever dream and decided to make a deep fake about it. I don't get it. But see, that's quite an accomplishment. I thoroughly enjoyed Zags. That was, if that's what the panini gave me, like, great. I made a pat deep fake and for some reason only made it to say that you were his best friend. What else would you make a deep fake of me for? Like, you just want to make me look ridiculous instead of something more spicy. Yeah, because you wanted to make me look ridiculous. If you made it something spicy, then that would only increase my reputation. You're trying to tear me down by making it seem like I said something ludicrous. Yeah, Mad. Why does bread deflate? Answer the question. Don't give me no yes, daddy. I can't wipe my eyes, otherwise they're gonna get ugly. Bob, you're safe from bans today. What now, bestie? Why does bread deflate? We had this conversation like 2 days ago. Oh, Bob, you person. You person with your deep fakes of me and your drawing of me with abs. We gotta rein you in a little bit. Too many noises? What about bread? From my end, too many noises? I should give you more abs. 24 pack. Madeline, it deflates. 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 Wait. Deflating bread. That thing. No, I had another stream up. Gasp, you're cheating on me? Wow. And to think, Bob made a whole deep fake where he had me call you my best friend. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. How would a 24 pack even look? I just was thinking about that. I'm like a 6 pack, and then I would need like two stomachs. Hmm. Like in the proofing process, it's just releasing air. Hmm. Well, there we go. Carlos doesn't do the proofing process correctly. Adam smiles reassuringly at him. I'm sure she still remembers, dude. And if you really want to get my dad something, I'd recommend some gardening stuff, like a hat or gloves or maybe those stakes you can label. As the yeast eats the sugar, it makes gas. And that makes it. Wait, what? There's a whole chemistry behind like baking things that's fascinating. Not fascinating enough for me to like look into it or do more baking, but yes, there is. That's why we have Mad. And Mad's going to be the culinary genius behind our cafe for the most part because she'll know how all of that stuff works and I'll just be the idea guy. Thanks, Chico. He thinks of a little shop in the ferry building that has some well, that has some handmade gardening gadgets and makes a mental note to make a trip the following morning. You two are going to Adams for the holidays? Nick seems surprised by this, and he realizes the two of them haven't talked about their families yet. Did Ad- I almost called you Adam. Oh my god! Wait, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 times 2, 24. That looks like a happy train, not a happy train? Not a trail? A train. A whole ass train. I ran out of vertical space. Trail. Uh-huh. I'm more stuck on like that the face that was chosen. I love this. That needs to go in a frame behind me. Oh, oh, my happy train of a 12 pack ab. Oh, Oh, that's brilliant. Happy Train abs. That that sounds like a product that we could package. I The big thing there is my teeth. Like you can perfectly see the gap in my teeth, and then like you can see my tongue coming out. Perfect. It's perfect. That's the oh. You know, that's the proper way to display me. Yeah, the Pruitts are gracious enough putting me up this year. Dude, you know you're always welcome anywhere I am, Adam says with a mouthful of food. Yeah, yeah, Chico, eat your beans. This is kale. They're both plants, so they're the same thing. Carlos teases. Nick chuckles and starts eating, but he seems a little bothered by the conversation. Adam isn't sure why he wants, and Carlos isn't sure why he wants to understand why. And Carlos isn't sure he wants to understand why. There we go. Wow. So difficult for me to say. Also, Madeline, if you're watching, and not doing anything, could you bring me my water? Because I'm making a lot of mouth noises that I'm sure if anybody's watching this with misophonia, I must be like grating against their ears because I'm hearing it. I'm doing things. Dorian, if you're not still recording, can you get me waters? Because I'm sure that I'm like terrorizing people that can hear the same things that I'm hearing. You okay? Bring him warmed peppermint stuff. What was it? Peppermint oil. It was hazelnut peppermint coffee. I do already have my hazelnut coffee. If Mad wants to bring me a warm peppermint thing, there is peppermint tea. No, 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 no coffee. Just peppermint. Yeah, just warm up that. Ah, you scared me.
Well, I mean, family.
I didn't realize you weren't in here. Aw, a baby. Mad's trying to make a cult. I mean, family. I half expected her to put some peppermint in this, and she did not, and I'm very grateful that she didn't. I do have peppermint oil right here, though. Enjoy the peppermint water. I just told them that you didn't make peppermint water. Carlos lies in bed after sex. Nick snuggled up against his side, his hand tracing shapes in Carlos's chest. That was really nice. Oh, yeah, you were really good. Carlos blushes. He shakes his head, deciding he can't avoid this conversation. Okay, dude, what's wrong? Nick sighs. It's not something that you did. Whatever is bothering me is not your fault. It's fine. Dude, if it's bothering you, let's talk about it. Yes, that's good mindset. Little weird to do it after sex, personally, but okay. Nick sighs again. You don't have to answer. You don't have to answer anything you don't want to, but are you not out to your family? Nope, the opposite. Opposite. That's happening. Opposite reason. Carlos still Carlos stills at that. The memory of his mother's reaction still scarred into his mind. Nick seems to misinterpret his reaction and kisses his chest. It's fine, really. Everything should every everyone should come out in their own time. No, I He searches for the right words, but he finds it still painful to discuss. He never even talked about it with Adam, instead putting on a brave face and being dismissive at the whole thing after it happened. And Adam, for his part, never pried. Which is what you should do, just by the by. If someone doesn't want to talk about something, if someone is not comfortable talking about something, then do not pry. If you are close with them and you feel like they would come to you or open up to you and they don't want to, then clearly it is something that is greater than like them just feeling comfortable or confident in you. It has to do with their reaction to the event. So, yes, good on Adam. Nick sighs again. This isn't fair to you, so please don't take it as any sort of request or anything, but it's always been important to me that I have some sort of relationship with my boyfriend's parents. That they know about me, that I'm not some dirty secret or something. Feel that. Feel that. That is also very important to me. I don't like being kept a secret, especially because I'm such a gem. Um, yikes. Boy, boy. Hmm. Hmm. Gem Pat. It's me. Dude, you're not. Carlos tries to catch his gaze, but Nick's staring at his hand on Carlos's chest. I know I'm not. It's stupid. No, 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 no. You're totally, you're totally, um, within your right as a person to not want to be hidden, to not want to feel like it. It's like when people. I'm not even going to bring that into it because that just makes it sound bad. But you're totally fine to want to be with a partner that is open and out to their family, to people, to not want to feel like you have to keep your relationship hidden. You don't need to be into like PDA. You don't need to be like, you know, expressing it all the time, everywhere to everybody. Like, you don't need to change status on Facebook or whatever, but you're totally fine to not want to be kept a secret or to not feel like you have to restrict yourself or your behavior like in wanting to express your relationship, which is difficult when you are with a partner that is in the closet. So, um, I dated a closeted guy once, and I'll never do it again. Well, even if I wasn't happily married, I'd never do it again. It's so weird to tiptoe around his family. Yeah. Um, I have had to be a secret before to a certain extent, and it's very uncomfortable and just not something that I want. I don't specifically care about like how Nick said, like it's important to have a relationship with his boyfriend's parents, especially because I am one of the millennials that because this is like a big thing with millennials now. Um I'm one of the millennials that does not have a relationship with their parents, not because they didn't approve of me being gay, but because I had to step back and say, are these people that I would have in my life outside of the familial bond? Answer was no to both of them, unfortunately. Um, so yeah. If that were ever the case with my boyfriend, obviously I'm dating Dorian right now, and his parents are great, and he has a good relationship with both of them. But if that was not the case, and if I didn't enjoy his parents, or if his parents didn't enjoy me, or if he didn't enjoy his parents, that wouldn't be the important thing to me. It would more so just be that, like, I am no one's secret, and I don't want to restrict my behavior. That's like that's the thing that gets me more. Is like, if you want to be a secret, that's fine, but if I want to tell people that I'm dating you, then that should be my choice, not your choice. Like you being in the closet, that's your choice. Me openly telling people that I am with somebody and that I'm in a happy relationship, that's my choice. And if they don't mesh, then you have a problem. And that's like been my whole thing with dating closeted guys. I'm like, I don't want to tone down my affection or my enjoyment of being in our relationship to appease a part of your life where you don't want people to know about me. Anyway, gonna move on. No, it's not stupid. It's important to you, and it's a reasonable thing to ask. So it's not stupid. But I never want you to come out for me or on my behalf. That's a great way to create resentment. So just sorry, we really don't have to talk about this. Nick, you're not quite getting it. Not that you can, because because Carlos is not giving you the information that you need. No, dude, that's not it. He squeezes his eyes shut, trying again to find the right words. My parents know I'm gay. When he opens his eyes again, Nick's looking up at him, looking curious but also afraid. Oh, then. And they cut me out of their lives. I haven't spoken to them since then. Nick, the, like, hmm, this is just me doing more fanboying for Bob. um, the idea of having this relationship, like, while they're both naked, is so, like, weirdly poetically beautiful because this is such a, like, deeply vulnerable conversation for people to have, talking about, like, reasons that they're not involved with people in their family, um, and wanting someone that you express that to be in the same receptive state. Um, that way it doesn't feel like you're giving information to someone that has like a different power dynamic on you. Um, but just me analyzing. That's what I do. I have part of a literature degree. um, Nick's eyes grow wide, suddenly apologetic and full of regret. Oh my God, babe, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. No, we should have had this conversation a long time ago. Well, maybe not a long time ago, but just before now. I will say in reality, this is not the moment to have this conversation. I would feel like this is like holiday coming up, like post-coital, like in reality, this situation to me would not be the time that I express this. Um, in terms of the story building, beautiful, beautiful. But I agree, this should have been a like beforehand conversation. Maybe when they were discussing plans for the holidays. That way everybody just knows like, hey, you're not going to meet my family. That was a discussion I had to have with Dorian. Like when holidays rolled around and we moved up by my family, I had to be like, hey, you're not going to meet my parents probably ever, and that's fine. I'm sure that through my sisters or something they know about him, but we'll never meet him. Nick's arms move to his side and holds him tighter. We don't have to talk about this. It seems really painful for you to even think about. It is, but I haven't talked about this before, not even with Adam, and I think I kind of need to if you're willing to listen. Always. Nick kisses his shoulder and finds his hand. I'm glad you found and enforced good boundaries for yourself. Thank you. Yes. Well, yeah. Good. It's I was what side tangent. I was watching a video earlier about like the fact that there is this uptick in people from my generation um like cutting ties with family, and that it's like super toxic for people to be like, you should make things right with your family, you should make things right with your parents, you should. It's like, no, I'm beholden to me. I should not need to do anything. If I mess things up, then I should go and apologize or whatever. But I notice more and more that it seems like but their family is such a toxic mindset. It truly is. It like, ugh, yeah, it gets my goat so much. Just so much. The fact that like when I tell people I don't have a relationship with my parents, they're like, I'm so sorry. Like, why? I'm perfectly fine. I'm doing well. Like, I would dare say that I am doing better now than when they were in my life. But, yeah, could go on for hours about that. Um, okay, so growing up, the few bits of exposure I had to homosexuality was always in the context of it being wrong or a sin or something like of puritanicalism or something you didn't talk about. The one time it affected my family was when one of my brother's friends came out. My mother forbade us from seeing him again and dragged us all to church to repent and clear away the uncleanliness. Of course, because in puritanical Christianity, even knowing or interacting with a gay person makes you unclean, in spite of the fact that in the Bible, Jesus literally, when he's in the desert, meets a king and his gay sex person that works for no money. Um, and he blesses both of them. Doesn't tell them to change, doesn't tell them to do anything differently. Like, just they're both happy and content in their arrangement, and you know, like bids them farewell and many hopes, and didn't say to change their ways or turn to him or turn to his father or anything like that. Just blessed them and went about his merry way. Never talked about it again. Weird. I think that's the part some people don't understand, and also kind of where Nick's coming from. It's hard for people to understand that it's healthier and better to not have them in your lives than to have them. Yeah, I'm kind of getting that just from that, like, that line, like, it's a good line to show where Nick's at, but the fact that it's important to him to have a relationship with his boyfriend's parents means that he has like family values in mind, which is good. Like that is something that I enjoy because I want a family, so I need a boyfriend who is going to have family values in mind. Um but obviously he has a different and probably good relationship with his family that doesn't translate to other people that don't. And this is going to be a learning experience for him. Jesus is a commie socialist liberal. Technically, yes. If you real Americans hate the poor and marginalized. Yes. Very interesting looking at the Bible and seeing a lot of like Jesus's actions. It's you see a lot of disparity between like Old Testament stuff and what Jesus does. And like between what like conservative Americans say is holy and is deemed good and pure, and then what Jesus does. Which when I hear and see some of these things, I'm like, literally like half the politicians in America, just get on a small rant, literally like half of them that talk about like pure Christian values or whatever, when they talk, I'm like, you clearly have not read the Bible. You clearly have not read the Bible. you uh, what would Jesus do? Reject modern American Christianity? Probably. Probably. Uh, so detrimental. So detrimental. It's crazy. But does make for some funny comedy. It'd be funnier if it wasn't so sad that it affected so many people. Anyway, right. Carlos's puritanical Christian mother dragging them to church. And she made sure everyone that could hear it knew what a disgrace he was, how much he was going to burn in hell for what he did, which also doesn't make sense to me. For so many reasons. The concept of hell doesn't make sense to me. Not that that's what this is about, but yeah. Like, Christianity, just a fun, quick side tangent. Christianity is like a very broad sensed term of Abrahamic religion in general, which Abrahamic religion typically has like three general sects that people participate in, which is like the Muslim religion, the Christian or Catholic religion, um, and then Judaism. And the oldest of those, pretty sure, correct me if I'm wrong, anybody that's smarter than me or is more well versed, pretty sure the oldest of those is Judaism. And in Judaism, um, when you die, if you're like a B minus person or below, uh, you go to a maximum of what equates to 11 Earth months in purgatory. Yes, purgatory, where you are taught what you did wrong in life. And then you get the chance to kind of like move up the ladder and figure out like how to be more pure once you get to the kingdom of heaven. Cool. Great. All of this stuff about like burning in hell and stuff comes from works of fiction made by either theologians or like out and out poets and writers and stuff, like Dante's Inferno. Not at all based in any true biblical text. Not at all. The concept of hell being like a blazing inferno pit, um, not in the Bible. The part of the Bible that talks about fire and the devil is when you look in the dragon's eyes and see, I know this is like a, it's not word for word, but it's like you look in the dragon's eyes and see the smoldering brimstone in Satan's eyes. That is where the idea of fire and brimstone in hell comes from. Crazy. It's absolutely crazy. Anyway. Oh my god. So I always knew it wouldn't go well. I waited until graduation after I had my job lined up here and an apartment lined up and my work visa lined up. I told her graduation morning before breakfast I wanted to ruin her day and her weekend and the trip if it went badly. Fair enough. Fair enough. It was really spiteful of me, I guess, but it was still more satisfying than it should have been. Nope, that's perfectly fine. Nope, don't. Honestly, it would have been more cruel to give her like this weird false memory of her like having a nice weekend and watching her baby boy graduate and blah blah blah. And then, having her try and reconcile with that later. Although maybe would have been, I don't know. You did the right thing. I would have done the same. Honestly, that sounds like karma to me. Yep, my man. He gets it. I guess I just regret that I ruined my brother's weekend too. One of them called me afterwards to apologize, and I was stupid and forgot to give him a better means of contact than the phone in my room. So I don't know if they've tried to reach me since then. My parents definitely haven't, and I know they have my apartment info here. Oh, that was like weirdly triggering too. Sorry, the like parents knowing where you live thing without like hmm. um Babe, I'm so sorry that that happened to you. Carlos shakes his head and wipes his eyes. Not your fault. I know, but still. It's condolences, not apologies. But every time I think back, the only thing I can see is the look in her eyes and the way she turned around wordlessly, pulling my brothers along as they look back at me. He's crying again, unable to continue. Nick peppers kisses along his neck. Shh. Okay. It takes him a bit. The reassurance from his boyfriend's hands and lips, soothing him until he's no longer shaking. But but the point I guess is that Adam's my family now. I guess his parents are the closest I have to parents, and I haven't come out to them. I guess I just never thought about it because it seem like it would matter, but if it's important to you, Nick shakes his head. No, I meant what I said earlier. Don't ever come out for me or because of me. I know, but this still bothers you. Carlos means it as a question, but he thinks some part of him knows that it doesn't, that it does. Nick's still now, seemingly lost in thought. It shouldn't, Nick says finally. It's not fair to you for it to bother me. What bothers you? We don't have to talk about this, Carlos. It's not fair to you. Is that we don't have to, or you don't want to? Nick sighs. We don't have to. I've put my foot in my mouth enough already tonight. I want to talk about it. Please. Okay. Um, Nick seems to search for the right words. I guess it's just never crossed my mind before that I'd be dating someone where I wouldn't know or be part of his family's lives. Boy, boy, you grew up in like Northern California, didn't you? Um, hmm. And it's gonna take me a bit to get used to it. He shakes his head. And I hate that I just said that because absolutely none of that is your fault in any way. No, it's something that you need to reconcile with, and you understand that. And it's going to be difficult, and it's not going to happen overnight. It's not going to happen by the end of this conversation. And that's fine. Nick grew up in a super, super accepting environment. I think he'll get to that in a second. Carlos's heart falls a bit at Carlos's heart falls a bit at it anyway, but he tries to be reassuring. Dude, I understand. If I could do something. No, don't be like that. This isn't a problem or anything on your end. This is me. And I just need to work through it for myself. Correct. Correct, Nick. You understand that you had an idea that you need to adjust to be with Carlos. And that's fine. And you're gonna do it. It's gonna take work though. Carlos doesn't like it, but not sure what he can do about it. Okay, but if you have anything you want me to do or say or talk about, then I'll let you know. Carlos nods and they're quiet for a bit, where he feels the need to fill the silence. So, I'm assuming this means you're out to your parents? Nick nods against him. Yeah, I told them early on in high school. Same. When there was a guy I wanted to ask out. I did it after I was broken up with, so little different, but close enough. They took it well, like I always expected they would. That's good. Any siblings? Oh yeah, I have an older brother, younger brother. He has a wife. Same. Nick pauses as if thinking about something else. Sorry, about my parents. I told them about you. Yeah? Nick shifts so he can look into Carlos's eyes. That okay? Why wouldn't it be? You telling people about your relationship is your choice, not their choice. Why wouldn't that be okay? Nick moves closer to him again, kissing his shoulder. I guess I assumed that you were out and everything, but now I'm worried that I outed you to them somehow. Hmm. You're thinking a little too hard about this because what you're out. You're out to your parents and you have a boyfriend. If he met them, is it 2 years later? Like, finally, Carlos came out, so I can tell you he's my boyfriend in spite of the fact that he came to the last two Christmases, Thanksgiving, New Year's Eve's, Easter's, and he's been my special friend living in the apartment with me for 2 years. Dude, you didn't. Everyone who matters knows. Carlos kisses his head, deciding not to dwell on Adam's parents, but not sure he likes that categorization includes his own parents. And some people who don't matter. Besides, they they're your parents. Of course they matter. They don't have to. Like I get it. This is just like the presidents. What did I say? What did I say? That was just like the presidents. I or, I wish my memory was better tonight because apparently I'm saying bangers that people are agreeing with, and I'm not getting it. Male roommates. Oh yeah, special male roommates. Yeah, Lincoln was really close with his bodyguard, but just one of them. He had many, many, but he was special close with that one. While Mary Todd stayed home a lot, and they were friends. And they were friends. Hang on. Well, I that wasn't even for the performance. That was real. Actually, give me a second. I'm gonna probably hack it along for a second. That way I can really read this properly. And just like that, I'm back. I freaked out for a second because I saw the game audio jumping. And I definitely, on top of coughing, also blew my nose. And I thought that it was my mic audio. And I was like, oh, I'm disgusting. Well, he swallows the words. He swallows the words sticking. Sorry, I think I actually can't talk about this right now. Interesting when that happens, when your body gives you a response that you're not expecting. No, I understand. Nick finds his hand and rubs reassurance into the back of it. Thank you for telling me all of this. What did you say about me? That feels safer. To your parents. New stream redeem. SFX of Pat blowing his nose. That one probably won't happen. Also, is my like head getting cut off because I keep getting forward because I'm passionate? There, you can see the full K now. That's a pretty good. For anybody that ever wonders what that is, it's my name, and Draco. That's a good marker for me to know where to put my camera. You can feel Nick smile again. Just how happy you make me. I just realized Duran is sick, and my throat is like getting scratchy, and I just had to blow my nose. I think I might be sick now, which might ruin my weekend. Anyway, that panic aside, that is also very cute. Just how happy you make me. Carlos smiles at that finally and wraps his arms around Nick, holding him tightly, trying not to think about how he feels like he's once again disappointed someone important to him. Ooh, Bad Boys in Leather. Carlos smiles. Already read that. Saturday, December 19th. Carlos waves at Adam's parents as they climb out of their car, parked haphazardly in front of the apartment building. Flashers on. Hey, we just have these bags. So before he knows what's happening, he's wrapped up in Adam's mother's arms, who's holding him tightly and rubbing his back. I'm so sorry, honey. What? He glances over at Adam, who looks guilty now. About what? Your family. Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, we hadn't expected to have this conversation twice in 2 days. It's okay. Thank you for putting me up for a couple weeks. She shakes her head and kisses his cheek. Adam's dad pats his shoulder as she lets him go. I didn't realize you told them, Chico. More accusatory than he intends, and Adam flinches. It's my fault, Adam's mom says instead. I asked why you weren't going home and whether I should call your parents to apologize for keeping you to ourselves again this year, and said that wasn't an option, and I kept prying. Oh, he isn't sure how he isn't sure he likes it, but still mostly just feels relief that he isn't going to have to worry about it anymore. That makes sense. Honestly, this is a pretty fair response. Like they're not acting surprised. They didn't change their mind. She's very clearly on your side about this. We haven't heard from Adam's dad yet, but he made contact, which I guess is more than your parents would do, considering their beliefs say that you're dirty. So, just saying, like, I understand it being uncomfortable, but this isn't a terrible way for this to go. It actually is. It, it is a little strong. I will say that it's a little strong for him not coming out himself, which is another thing. If like someone doesn't come out to you and you know, or someone else tells you, still just wait. Like you can still give them love and affection and care and whatever. Still just wait to let them know that you know until they're comfortable telling you about it. We're so sorry. I'm gay. He needs to just put it out there. Not sure what exactly Adams told them. They both just nod. I know, but thank you for telling us, he says. Adam and I aren't dating. He's straight. He needs to say that too, just in case there's any confusion. I love that I point over here, but I definitely have a real Adam right there. Adam and I aren't dating. He's straight, mostly. He needs to say that too, just in case there's any confusion. His mom laughs at that and it makes him feel better. Yeah, they mean well, but also don't know the right way to handle this. No one does, and I understand that. And it, like, there's no, like, rules of etiquette for stuff like this because, like, the whole puritanical Christianity that took over the freaking world. Ugh. Yeah, really made this difficult on everybody. When before that, it was not a difficult thing, or not nearly as much of a difficult thing for many cultures. We know, honey. Although I think it's a bit of a shame. You two are crazy about each other. Oh my god. Ugh. Mom! Adam's blushing now. I feel like a pretty good rule is don't out someone even if you think it'll go well. But Adam and his mom did not really mean badly here. Of course not. And I like Adam obviously knows his parents and would probably know whether their reaction. I mean, I feel like most people truly know their parents. I have yet to find someone who really incorrectly guessed how their parents would. Just saying. So, and that's like in all realms. If it's friends, like telling their parents, like, hey, this person got kicked out, or like needs a place to go, or like they can stay over in spite of the fact they're the opposite sex because they're gay, or whatever. Like, everybody kind of knows how their parents are really going to react. So I know that Adam knew that his parents wouldn't be like, oh, he's gay. What are you doing living with him? What like why are you so close with him? Are you? Like, do we need to go to church? Like, so yeah. It, I know that he was well intentioned and that she's well intentioned. But that is a good rule of thumb. Like, just don't out anybody. Don't say anything on it until they bring it up to you. No matter how close you feel like you are. I um I have a boyfriend. Oh, she seems genuinely excited about this. Tell us all about him. Oh, you know all about him. He's Adam's study buddy. Adam just seems to be a little fruit fly, in case you did. I keep doing it over here. I have Adam. I keep forgetting I have an Adam. I have two Adams, actually, but I can't show that one. Adam here is just a little fruit fly. He just seems to attract all the men. He's not interested, but we are. Maybe we should load the car. Maybe we should load the car first. We're parked illegally. Carlos appreciates that Adam's dad is business first, much like Adam himself. Of course, tell us about him on the car ride. How did the two of you meet? Via Adam. He picks up his bags and walks towards the open trunk. Funny story, actually. Later. Carlos. They've barely parked the car and he's barely opening the door when a red-headed woman appears next to it, pulling him into a hug as soon as he gets out. It's so good to see you again. He smiles, hugging her back. Hi, Emily. They're all just ginges. Got it. She releases them, circling around to the other side of the car, and as Adam makes an annoyed noise, he knows she's ruffling his hair. Then she's back, looking at him softly. I'm sorry. I know you mean well. Stop. Just stop. News travels fast. Sorry, Mom told me. I realized afterwards maybe it wasn't our place to know. He shakes his head. No, I'm glad, really. And it saved me a lot of worrying and fretting, so I probably should actually thank her. To each his own opinion on that one. Carlos has a boyfriend. Adam's mom yells from the other side of the car. And he should be mortified, but instead it makes him happy in a way he didn't realize was possible. And it's not Adam. She adds. She adds for good measure, and he and Emily both laugh at that. And he knows Adam is blushing. Oh, that's great. Congratulations. She doesn't pry for details like her mom did, even though he knows she wants to. Help me with the bags and I'll tell you all about him. Later. Again, even more later. I need to know who's talking. Adam's mom. Okay. Oh, Carlos, it's beautiful. You didn't have to get us anything. Adam's mom's holding the cutting board like it's the most delicate thing she's ever seen, and Carlos's heart warms in his chest. Screw waiting for Christmas. He needs to show these people now how thankful he is for everything. Besides, he still has a week to buy something else for the actual day. Fair enough. Adam's dad picks up the copper watering can again, nodding in approval at it and in agreement. You really didn't have to, son. He likes the way that sounds. I just saw those and thought of you. Not quite a lie, even if he'd gone to the specific shops with the express purpose of finding something for them. I'm glad you like them. The doorbell rings and Emily jumps up. Dimitri's here! And that's my cue to start dinner. Adam's mom puts the cutting board down carefully, and Emily runs towards the front door. Can I help? Adam asks, standing as she does. I would love some help. She smiles at him. Adam says you've been. Once again, sorry if anybody does have like misophonia that pops in. I know that my mouth is not great right now. Adam says you've been wanting bread tips, so we can make some loaves together tomorrow. But tonight I could use someone who knows their way around potatoes. This family of gingers having a meal centered around potatoes. That interesting. He nods, walking towards the kitchen with her, and as he looks back at Adam and his father sitting in the living room talking, and at Emily and her boyfriend walking down the hallway, he realizes that he actually does have a family after all. And unlike his biological one, this is one where he feels like he truly fits. Back on my heart. He smiles to himself and walks faster to catch up to her. He can't wait to tell Nick. I had not intended that. Oh, really? You didn't think about the fact that you got a family full of redheads? And the first meal you have us with them is A, they make their own bread, and B, they have a meal centered around potatoes? That was completely unintentional? Okay. Uh-huh, I see you. You've unlocked new desk features. New profiles. Dennis, Emily, Dimitri, Scott. Denise, not Dennis. Denise. So that's Mama Pruitt. Oh my goodness, so cute. I can't move my camera all the way down there or I will wreck my entire computer. But Merlin's dreaming right now. And I don't think you can pick it up. And I can't move my mic down there. But he's like doing little like woof yips. Oh, it's so cute. Oh, my heart. Oh, I can't. Okay. So this is Mama Pruitt, sister, uh, boyfriend, and Dad Pruitt. So cute. Oh, can't. I can't even. Oh, all right, where are we at? We can probably get through. Hmm, how am I feeling? How are you feeling, bad boy? Still pretty good. We can probably get through another one. We can get to 2010. There's the actual phone conversation too. If you want to hear it, that we just got. That we just got on Carlos's desk. In gallery? Oh, it's in. Wait. In where? My brain's not putting these pieces together. Because I would like to hear it actually. So adorable. Uh, actually. Um, oh, so wait. But now it expands. Oh my god. I'm an idiot. I am. Hmm, oh, pardon me. I am not collected, so I didn't even bother looking at the ding dang screen where it says safety net fix. Right here, right here. See this? See this thing? That's what he was pointing out. Crazy. Crazy, because it says new, and my brain instantly saw set sail, reaching out to you. Didn't even care for the top bit right here. Phone conversation. Um, Adam and Denise's phone conversation. Point of view, Adam. A phone conversation between Adam and his mom. Adam, it's so nice to hear from you. Hey, Mom, is it okay if Carlos comes home with me for the holidays this year? Of course it is. Whoa. Restream. Restream just went. um, there, there are, boy, there are a few things that are not written like normal fics. They're more like this. Of course it is. He's always welcome here. Thanks. You were coming by the 19th, right? Should we just rent a car? That doesn't make sense, honey. I'll just sit. I'll just sit in your. It'll just sit. It'll just sit in our driveway for 2 weeks. We'll get the two of you. And yes, on the 19th. Thanks. I'll let him know. Should I be apologizing to his parents? What? Carlos's? For what? I'm sure they're eager to see him too. They weren't at graduation, so it's been a while. Oh, no, it's fine. Nonsense. If I hadn't seen you for that long, I'd be upset you weren't coming home. Should we at least send them a card? I assume their address is still the same since graduation. Mom, it's fine. Really. Adam James. Using the full name. Also, really? Interesting. The two attractive characters that aren't Carlos. That's rude to not even acknowledge them. Mom, please. Carlos can't go home. What? Why? He just can't. Honey, what happened? Nothing happened. It's not my place to say. Why on earth would that be the case? Can they not afford the plane ticket? I'm happy to send him some money. Mom, it's not the money. His parents just don't want him to come home. You can't possibly know that. I do, and I'm sure about it. Nonsense. What's their phone numbers? Carlos is important to you, honey. Whatever it is, I can help them work it out. No, please, this isn't any of your business. Adam, tell me what's going on. I, please. Carlos, are you still there? Carlos is gay. Oh. Oh! And they don't want to see him anymore because of it. Honey. Mom, it's fine. I just don't want him to be alone over the holidays. Well, of course not. He's definitely coming with you. Hey, we'll see you the 19th then. Honey? Yeah? Are the two of you involved? No, no, Mom. We're not dating. I'm not into guys. Oh. You know we'd love you just the same if you were. I'm hanging up now. We'll see both of you soon. Send Carlos our love. That's very cute. All right, now reaching out to you. Because I can read a timeline. Point of view, Carlos. Holy McMoly. Okay. This will probably then be our last one for today. Carlos and Nick's relationship deepens, and Nick's ex visits town. Say that 3 times really fast. Oh, this is longer. There's shorter prologues if you want as well. No, I'm good. I'm interested. My eye is the only issue. So if it starts like, just falling out of my face, then I don't know. Then that's on you. I don't know what to tell you. Monday, January. Oh. Monday, January 18th, 2010. Can I ask you something? Nick kisses his chest, curled up on the usual spot by his side, as the two of them snuggle on Carlos's bed after dinner. Of course, babe. What's up? How did you come out? Nick chuckles, and Carlos isn't sure why that would be funny. You remember I said that I told my parents because there was a boy I wanted to ask out in high school, right? If it starts falling out of your face, I'm gonna tag Matt until she calls 911. And she'll probably just come in with like a bandage. Just like a little adhesive. Carlos nods, recalling the conversation. I do. Well, it turned out that the guy was actually straight, so I kind of made it a point after that of being a little more public with my intentions and interests. I don't know if there was really a singular coming out moment as much as I just started slipping comments about male celebrities or crushes into conversations where appropriate. And then I actually had a boyfriend, and that was even easier because I could just talk about him. He shrugs. I was lucky, I guess. No one really batted an eye at it. At least if they did, it never got back to me. See, I like that. I do like that. I wish that that was more how it was for more people, where just like I don't know, where you can just be like, oh my God, I think that Josh Hutcherson is like super attractive. And parents were just like, okay, I see you. Yeah, he is attractive. And in that same breath, if you're like, I think Scarlett Johansson's a very attractive woman too, then it's not a thing. It's just not a thing. And then you start, you know, you get a boyfriend, you get a girlfriend, whatever. I have a feeling that's what it's gonna more transition to with like a little bit more time. Um, at least if they did, it never got back to me. Oh, Carlos can't help but marvel how different Nick's experience had been from his own, but sounds nice anyway. Um, I told you how I came out to Adam, right? Nick nods, listening anyway, even though he hadn't asked. You said you didn't mean to, but that Adam was so supportive afterward that you wished you'd done it sooner. He was the first, and then I got Chris to help drag me to Q&A, and I met James and Dan and then Nate, and all of them really helped. So I guess there wasn't a single moment for me either. I mean, there isn't. That's kind of like everyone's story. There isn't really like a singular moment where you like stand up on a podium and you're like, I am gay, and then everyone knows, and it's just like a stamp on your forehead or something. Like you have it in multiple phases and to multiple people. Like some people come out to their family first, some people come out to their friends first. Sometimes it takes time with everything. Some people do like, Nick's approach and just slip in things here and there. So um, I just started surrounding myself with supportive people, and then I didn't have to lie anymore. Carlos doesn't want to talk about the frat house at the moment. Memory of Tom's words and Steve's reaction still a bit too raw. Yep, even after all those years. Yep, poorly handled. That sounds very healthy, Nick says, and yeah, and Carlos thinks he sounds proud of him. You said you ran the LGBT organization too, right? Carlos nods, kissing his head. I did. I took over after Liz. What? That's so nice. Uh, the previous leader who was looking at graduate. Hmm. The previous leader was looking at graduating. It was nice in some way to feel like I could help others in the same way people had helped me. You're always so selfless, babe, Nick says, and Carlos blushes. Not sure he deserves all that praise. Well, it was something to do anyway. Fair enough. Nick smirks at him. So, as nice as this is, I can think of something else we could do right now. Adam would say that physical activity so immediately after dinner isn't a good idea. He's feeling relaxed enough to tease, even though he really likes the idea. Nick chuckles, moving up and kissing him as his hands run up Carlos's shirt. Since when has that stopped us before? Carlos grabs him, pulling him on top of him. He's pretty sure it never has. And we skip the whole scene? Sunday, February 14th, Valentine's Day! Carlos looks around the apartment. I think that was the first Valentine's Day I spent with a boyfriend. Hmm. Carlos looks around the apartment nervously, wondering if he'd gone too far. It's his first Valentine's Day where he was seeing someone. Same, bro. That was me high-fiving Carlos, who isn't a physical person and is also, I don't have a representation of him in this room. But I do in the apartment. I have a representation of him in the apartment. I think on my fridge. And even if he'd never really understood the tradition, he thinks that Nick's the kind of person who would appreciate a gesture. Still, maybe the candles were too much. He should have just stuck with the roses and maybe ditched the champagne. They weren't even going to be there that long since they'd made plans and reservations for dinner at a reasonably nice restaurant. But Carlos had told Nick he wanted some quiet time together before they braved the crowds and the crowded restaurant. Of who? Carlos. Of Carlos. Yeah, I did a high five to myself with Carlos. I think all the stuff that I have is still either on the fridge or on my laptop. Because I don't think I brought it in here yet. Because this is what I'm tackling tomorrow with the bedroom in this. Oh, sorry, buddy. Betty boy. I accidentally just woke up Merlin. It was so cute. Just like little side tangent about the merman. Um, Either yesterday or the day before, I was in here just playing video games, and Merlin like walked in and he got in his bed because I have a little bed for him underneath my desk. And he straight up like moved his whole bed to like between my legs to just be like little teeny tiny bit closer to me. It was so cute. Nolos on the fridge. Coffee table? Coffee table in? I know. Nad's gonna bring me something. I'm almost positive of it. I'm gonna knock on the door and it's gonna scare me again. Or she's just gonna open it, which is gonna scare me more. Before he can second guess things again, he hears the key in the lock and chatter in the hallway. He grabs the bouquet and holds it behind his back, trying to even his breathing as his heart pounds in his chest. That's so cute because that's what he did for you before you were dating. It's adorable. Yep, you just keep waiting. The door opens and Nick walks in first this time, holding what looks like a box of chocolates. Hey, babe, Nick stops walking as he takes in the room, his eyes flickering over the red candles to the bottle of champagne and glasses on the dining room table. The look on his face is worried or maybe upset. Carlos feels his heart fall at it. Oh no! I will almost guarantee it's not because he's disappointed. I will guarantee it's because he's gonna feel like he isn't doing enough now if he just bought you a box of chocolates and nothing else. Which is still a super sweet gesture, and I would honestly prefer over flowers. Well, I'm gonna leave you two alone. Adam says behind Nick from the hallway, grinning, not able to see Nick's expression or Carlos's face, and mistaking Nick's hesitance for pleasant surprise. Have a nice evening. This does slightly make me think of this past Valentine's Day. Um, because my lovely boyfriend accidentally got me a flower, a fake flower, a chocolate flower. But I don't accept flowers anymore at all in any form from boyfriends. So, like, I saw it and I like tossed it at Mad. I was like, "This is for you. He got this for you." And yeah, that was like surprise was the general reaction. um, Adam shuts the door and Carlos can feel his face turning red. Sorry. He isn't sure what he did wrong, but from the way Nick's staring at his own feet now, he's pretty sure he'd misunderstood some unspoken Valentine's Day etiquette. Maybe candles and champagne were supposed to be a thing for after you were already married? No. Champagne's a good time anytime. I don't care who you are. Nick shakes his head. No, Nick seems to suddenly realize he still had the box of chocolates and holds it out towards Carlos awkwardly. Carlos takes it, realizing he's still holding the roses. He sets them down on the table instead. I'm sorry, I think I did something wrong. Nick laughed sharply at him. Nick laughed. Nick laughed sharply at that, and it's not the reaction he'd been expecting. No, no, you. Sorry. Nick shakes his head again. Sorry, can we sit? Carlos moves to the couch, and Nick joins him, sitting next to him and leaning against him. I can hear myself clicking, and it's really bugging me. Fun fact, this is me, like, whenever I'm reading a book for money. Whenever I'm reading a book for money, I'll sit there and I'll read like a ton, and then I'll suddenly just start hearing my mouth noises, and then I'll just berate myself for having mouth noises for like 5 minutes. Uh, he takes that as a good sign, at least. I didn't mean to overdo it, he tries. Still not quite sure what he did wrong, but wanting to fix it anyway. I'm sorry I made you uncomfortable. No, I just. Nick buries his face in his hands. God, I'm screwing everything up today. I can put everything away. We can just have a quiet evening. Sorry, I'm just sorry. No, Nick looks up at him, looking guilty now, and somehow that makes him feel better. Don't be sorry. You were doing something really nice. I just, he sighs. It brought back some bad memories. Like flowers. Like flowers. Or random gifts. Gift giving is not a good love language for me, I am now realizing. Hmm. Oh, Carlos wants to ask, but settles for wrapping his arms around Nick instead, pulling him close. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Nick shakes his head. Babe, you you couldn't have known. You did all this for me, and it's amazing. I I should have just gotten the flowers or something, or nothing. Was it the flowers? It might have been the flowers, bro. Not gonna lie, it might have been the flowers. He realized suddenly they're still on the table, and he'd never actually given them to Nick. No! Nick's trying to smile at him now, and pulls him in for a gentle kiss. Carlos, don't feel bad about any of this. This is amazing. You're amazing. Okay, that helps a little. Just hold me for a bit. I can definitely do that, dude. I know that that's a term of endearment. I don't think I've ever heard Dorian call me dude. Even when we were being friends, like just friends, I don't think I ever heard him call me dude. He holds Nick tighter and kisses his forehead, hoping he can make whatever memories Nick's associating with this current situation go away, or at least replace them with better ones. That is something that I want to do as well. I want to disassociate memories with things like gift giving with better ones. Nick's hand finds his, settling on top of it and squeezing. It's nice, and he can feel the knot in his stomach starting to detangle itself as they sit there, and Nick rubs the back of his hand. I'm sorry. Nick seems sufficiently calmer when he speaks again. I didn't mean to freak out like that. It's just that the last time I was in a situation with candles and champagne, it was a significantly less pleasant one. I am terrible at gifts, and I guess it's fortunate that hubby's love language is definitely not gifts. Like we haven't gotten each other Christmas or birthday gifts for years. Kind of by mutual agreement that we don't care. Good. Good. That's good when you have that. A, how long have you been together? I don't think I've ever asked that. But it seems like a while. And B, I love getting people gifts. Um, Gifts is like a great way for me to show affection, less for people showing me affection. It's been well over a decade. Ah, cute. I dig it. Um, yeah, I I love like Leslie Noping people with gifts. I like having like well thought out, well planned gifts that like are significant in meaning to people. Um And the past like couple years, because of XYZ circumstances, I haven't been able to do it as well as I have before. Um, but I will say, like, top tier for me when I did date a Nick, incidentally. Um, I actually was able to make him cry. I was able to make him cry on, I think it was either his birthday or our anniversary, with how thoughtful and great my gift was because I am amazing. So that is the top tier types of gifts that I like to give. So yeah. And then if I receive it, I panic. um, significantly less pleasant. Carlos tries to imagine how that could have happened, but comes up blank. Nick takes his hand and maneuvers it to his cheek. It feels like it should be significant somehow, because Nick doesn't normally do this, but Carlos doesn't understand why. He runs his fingers down Nick's cheek and over the rough stubble there, liking the way it feels, even if the motion is unfamiliar to him. And Nick sighs and closes his eyes. Kiss me? Carlos doesn't need to be asked twice, and his hands move to the back of Nick's head as he leans in and tries to pour as much reassurance as he can into the kiss. Nick smiles when they break, eyes still closed, and Carlos runs his hand through Nick's hair. Can I do anything else? I want to help if I can. You are, babe. This is nice. Okay, that's good. Nick opens his eyes, staring into Carlos's, looks content before suddenly frowning again. Am I making us late for dinner? Carlos glances at the clock. No, we have plenty of time. Nick smiles again. Okay, if I haven't screwed everything already, can we have some champagne? Carlos kisses his forehead. You aren't screwing anything up, and we can definitely have some champagne. He kisses his forehead again before standing. Oh, champagne sounds that is like my absolute drink of choice. That and like Long Island iced teas, I will accept those anytime. But this is like a nice, like, make me feel bubbly and celebrate things, and definitely what I would prefer to have on like Valentine's Day or anniversary or something where I want to like feel very up. Nick turns and watches Carlos pop the bottle and pour them into two glasses. Flutes. You're classy, refined gentlemen. You pour them into flutes. Carlos's arm brushes the roses and he stares at them, unsure of what to do with them. You cut them diagonally and put them in water. That's what you do with them. We may sparkling wine is generally uh in general is definitely our drink of choice. We may or may not buy it by the crate at case at Costco. Duran, I think I found a use for our Costco membership that I haven't used once and is about to expire. Thank you for that information, Bob. Thank you, babe, for the roses and for everything. It was really nice of you. Costco Prosecco, including their rose Prosecco, is great. Hang on. And it's $8 a bottle or something like that. I want to see. Just because we're on it. Hey. Prosecco. That is considered sweet or dry? Because Prosecco can be both sweet and dry, offering a range of options to suit different palates. Typically classified in terms brut, extra dry, and dry. Gross. Thank you. You knew exactly what I was trying to go for. Hmm. Okay, this is good information for me to have. I am very much a sweet wine, sweet champagne, sweet whatever type of guy. Aggressive bubbling. Huh. Interesting. Interesting. Oh, you probably won't like these then. Okay, good to know. I'm looking at it and I'm seeing like one thing was like it can be either sweet or dry, and then I'm seeing dry, very dry. The rosé is less sweet than the white. Disappointing. Disappointing. I'm sure they'll have something sweet there. We typically get Cook's champagne. They have like a range of flavors, and we get their spumante. Yeah, it's very cheap, but so good. I actually turned Dorian's mom onto it. Funny enough, I think it was New Year's Eve. Like her and I were going to try. I think it was some brand, some like popular brand of Long Island iced tea, and we tried it. Tasted horrible, and so we instantly transitioned to the cooks that Dorian and I had brought, and she was like, "This much better." For sweeter, I love Barefoot Bubbly. They have a sparkling Moscato. Ooh, I do enjoy Moscato. Typically instead of Barefoot, I get Yellowtail. But I didn't know they have like a bubbly form, so that's something that I should take a look at. A lot of people say that Barefoot and Yellowtail are like pretty interchangeable, and to an extent, I see where they're coming from. But also, I don't think I've tried Yellowtail. It's pretty good, in my opinion. I prefer it over Barefoot, but that's just me. Most people are like, it's the same thing, and they're terrible. I'm like, you don't have a flavor palette then. Congratulations, sir. I've had their non-sparklings. Um, Fair. I think I've only had their non-sparkling. I may be wrong, but I think I've only had non-sparkling. I think Cook's is the only like champagne that I have. I mean, I don't have a flavor palette. Same. Granted, that is for other reasons you know, than just my taste in wines. I don't enjoy food or eating. But that's, I guess, not true. I enjoy some of the process of eating. If I'm bored, then I enjoy it to an extent. I don't like the aftermath of it, and I don't uh, like most foods. I'm very averse to most food. Um, anyway, that answers the question. And he tucks the bouquet into the crook of his arm and carries the glasses back to the couch, handing one of handing one to Nick before sitting next to him again. Nick takes the roses from him with one hand, holding them in front of his face and closing his eyes and inhaling, a smile on his face. I should have gotten you some flowers too. I think I'd just been avoiding them because I associate them with thinking you weren't interested in me. Oh, Carlos feels bad about having created a bad memory and a bad association for him. I mean, this is a good counter memory, counter association. Sorry, you were so brave to put yourself out there like that, and I just froze. It wasn't fair to you. I mean, it okay. That's one of those things where it's like eh, it's not that it wasn't fair for you to do to him. You were dealing with a new situation. So, you know. Nick shakes his head, opening his eyes again and looking at him affectionately. Don't be. You needed to work through some things first, and I understood. Afterward. Oh, guys, afterward. There it is. The title of the game. The title of the game. They did the thing. They did the thing. Bob, did the thing. He puts the flowers down on the coffee table and leans against Carlos, sipping his champagne. I'm just glad you ran into me that weekend. I am too. Very, very rom-com-esque. But I did have a conversation about that today that like sometimes you end up in places because you're supposed to be there, um, for whatever reason. Carlos thinks about how bad things would. Wow, where did my brain go with that for a minute? I am too. Carlos thinks about how things would be different if Adam had decided he needed to study that day, or if they had walked a different direction, or if Nick hadn't chosen that particular restaurant or that particular table for his date, or if it had been too cold for them to sit outside. He doesn't really believe in fate, but he's still thankful for those fortunate circumstances and lucky coincidences. Really, thank you for all of this. Nick's voice pulls him out of his thoughts. Flowers and the champagne and the candles, but really for thinking of me and doing all of this for me, and for everything you've given me over the past few months. You deserve it, Nick. Carlos kisses Nick's forehead, and his mind jumps back to Nick standing only a few inches away from where they're now seated, holding out a bouquet of flowers in his direction, and more nervous than he'd ever seen him. And at the way his heart had quickened and his throat had closed up. You deserve everything I can give. Nick just smiles at him and kisses him gently. You do too. Later, we knew that Valentine's Day was going to end like this. Carlos watches as Nick grabs a condom and fumbles with it, and it brings a nagging thought back into his mind. Um, not right now, but what are your thoughts about condoms? Okay, they're having this conversation. Nick smiles at him reassuringly, even as Carlos thinks this is a conversation he isn't quite ready for. It could be nice one day to not have to deal with them anymore. Carlos doesn't seem to say it, but it slips out and he blushes. Nick just continues smiling at him. If that's something you'd like, babe, we should make sure we're. Before I wrote this chapter, my friend Robin wrote a Valentine's Day fic with the two of them. It was very explicit. Oh my. Curious now. um Sorry, I'm doing it again. Come here. Carlos kisses Nick again, losing his train of thought for the moment, but reminding himself to bring up the topic again when the two of them are less occupied. I keep telling her to post it to AO3. AO3. I feel like I should know that. I feel like that sounds familiar. Tuesday, March 16th. That was the whole. Okay. I expect this conversation to come back up. Archive of our own. That's why. That's why. Someone from Madstream had posted a fic up there like a week ago. That we had checked out. But yeah, I'd be interested if she ends up do her. Yeah, okay, it was like Robin. Robin is an androgynous name. If she does, I would be interested. Okay, it continues right here. The conversation continues right here. Um, I got tested. Carlos hands him Nick's sheet of paper, suddenly feeling like his cheeks are burning. It had taken him longer than he would have expected to work up the courage to do it, not because he thought he had anything, but because of what he thinks it would mean and lie to Nick. But I don't mean to imply anything by it, he adds, even though he really wants it to. Nick takes it, unfolding it and scanning it briefly. No surprises here. I just, I know we didn't really talk about it that much, and it's totally fine if you never want to do it. I'm happy with you. I'm happy with you, even if you always want to use a condom. If that's easier or cleaner or I don't know, recommended by the medical board or something. He does, he doesn't mean that one as a joke, but Nick chuckles anyway. But I haven't had sex with anyone else since we became a thing. I mean, obviously, since we're monogamous and everything. And I always use protection before you, so just you have that now just in case. Nick folds the page back up and hands it back to him. Thanks, babe. I think I should probably get tested myself before we do anything like that, just to be sure. Yeah, of course. I haven't gotten tested since Wade. It feels a bit irresponsible of me, honestly, even though I've been safe since then and only had 2 hookups. Carlos must look confused as he quickly clarifies. Sorry, Wade is my ex. He'd assumed, but it was still good to get the confirmation. He isn't sure he likes the way his chest tightens at the mention of his name, but he doesn't want to get into that right now. Young enough that's still a thing to be a little insecure about exes, and that's fine. That makes sense. I shouldn't say that. I shouldn't put that on like that's a young person's thing to be insecure about exes. That's a thing in general. There's a lot of people that are insecure about exes. I don't have that. I don't have that. And so when I see stuff like that or when people talk to me about that, it feels very foreign to me. Because I feel like exes are exes for a reason. And if anyone ever doesn't want to be with me because of anything or anybody, then don't be with me, please. Carlos is a surprisingly insecure person in general, but he's had a lot of roughness in him. And that's fair. That's fair. I also, this is like a personal me thing, but I feel like you don't look like this because you're a super confident person. You gain a lot of confidence looking like that, in my opinion. But I feel like I would feel like Nick has a lot of confidence in himself. I feel like this demonstrates needing an outlet for something. Just me personally. Not applicable to everybody, but my opinions. That makes sense. Don't let me pressure you into anything either, okay? I'm also happy with you always, if you always want us to use protection. This honestly isn't all that important to me, but if it's important to you, then it's important to me. I would say the only reason that this would be important, in my opinion, I understand that there are people that are like, no, doing it without that is like showing a deeper connection and feels better and blah blah blah. Whatever. The biggest thing in my brain is the logistics of money. Because like prophylactics are very expensive. And they like if you are an individual that is well endowed, then it becomes more expensive to buy different sizes. So that's like the big thing with a conversation like this for me is just the sheer like physical monetary cost of that. It's cheaper to go get a test and be like, I'm good, you're good, cool. We doing it with anybody else? No? Cool. So, just my personal opinion. If you're in a monogamous relationship, if you're like hooking up with other people and you're just taking their word for it, maybe not. Maybe not. I will clarify that right now. That's my opinion if you're in a monogamous relationship. The monetary aspect of that's your safety though, is fine. Don't just trust that someone got tested because they said they got tested. He thinks that's maybe a bit of a contradiction, but he gets the point anyway. Did you and Wade ever? Oh, I went back. I hit the back button. Um, Universities will often subsidize them, from what I've seen, which is something that Nick takes advantage of at least. Subsidize doing the tests or handing out prophylactics. I also I feel like that's a weirder word than saying condom. And I know I've already said it on stream, so it's not like it matters, but I'm saying it in context of the game. And I don't think Twitch or YouTube or Kick or anywhere has like an issue with that, handing out prophylactics. Got it. Fair enough. Yeah, no, if you're in college, like take full except yeah. I never did that. I never like went to my school for them. Um Even though I know that that was an option. Um my thing with that is the size again. Not to get too personal with me, but I know that like I was gifted a box by my parents that were an incorrect size, which when you're a teenager and don't know that they come in different sizes is very dangerous. For multiple reasons. So that would be like the big thing for me, like trusting that the college has like a plethora of different sizes available. Yeah, this is why we need good sex ed. Agreed. Agreed. Not just how to use them, but also what the options are. Sizes, materials, etc. Correct. Yeah, I know that like material too is a huge thing because there are people that are allergic to either the material it's made out of or what it's coated in, which can often be two different things. You can get the same like material, be it like latex, whatever, um, and if it's coated in something that you're allergic to, or that just doesn't feel right because you're on certain like exposed glandular areas, um, yeah, it like you can get the same product that just has a different like lubricant on it. We don't educate people. We don't educate people enough. And then they're just sort of like left to their own devices to figure it out. And it's a problem. It's a huge problem. Accent on huge. Eh. Innuendos, but also bad problems. um he thinks that's a bit of a contradiction, but he gets the point anyway. Did you and Wade ever pickle? The fact that you're using pickles for this conversation is just the cherry on top. It's a little bit of a hat on a hat, but I enjoy it. He blushes again and wonders if it was inappropriate to ask, and feeling the same tightness in his chest when he says his name. I will say this is something that I kind of wish was more of like a regular thing to ask in relationships. My eye. Um, to ask about like, hey, what did you guys do that you enjoyed? I feel like that needs to be a thing because yeah, I just I don't know. It's difficult to like express something that you've liked before without being like, yeah, when John did this to me, it felt great. I'd like you to try that. And then you're like the person that you're with is like, who's John? Huh. Yeah. Yeah, we were together for 2 years, and at some point it was nice to just not have to remember to restock and stop in the middle to get one. Nick shrugs. I don't think either of us cared particularly much either way, though. Um, I do, if that's okay. If of course that's okay. I think queer people in general are better at talking about things like that and about things they like and dislike. Yeah, but yeah, still important. I feel like that too, to an extent. I don't know. I think it really depends on like the relationship. I don't know. I could be projecting my own stuff. um, I'd really like it once you're ready. Only once you're ready. If you're ready. If you want to. Only if you want to. Carlos stares at the ground. Really not used to having conversations like this. Well, I would assume not. You've had like a grand total of what, two boyfriends? And after you get tested, he adds for good measure, even though that part is implied. Then it's important to me. Nick takes his hand. Okay, then we'll Carlos wants to say more, but Adam's coming back from the bathroom and he's pretty sure he wouldn't be able to have this conversation in front of him. Fair enough. Nick just smiles, squeezing his hand and kissing him gently before turning back to Adam, and Carlos heads to the kitchen to start dinner. Wednesday, March 31st. Carlos waves goodnight to Adam as he disappears into his bedroom before pulling Nick closer to him and kissing his forehead. You want to spend the night sometime? Not tonight, of course. I know you have things tomorrow, but just sometime? Nick nods against him. Yeah, that'd be nice. Nick turns and kisses Carlos's chest. You're welcome over to my place sometime, too. Of course. I'm not intentionally trying to hide it from you or anything, but I don't have any roommates. Not that Adam's ever a problem, but it's just a studio. I too had a studio. Aw. And it's pretty bare bones. I wouldn't say mine was bare bones. For as minimalist as I am, I didn't really bother furnishing it with anything more than the necessities, so it just hasn't seemed like a place to bring you back to. Since there wouldn't be anything to do there. He thinks for a second. Also, you'd find my kitchen abhorrently understocked. I'm really Take two. I'm realizing how much I wrote kissing his forehead, and that is definitely me projecting me loving forehead kisses onto them. You are the writer of this, sir. Project away. I think you told me that like you've injected a fair portion of like yourself into Carlos. Did I get that correct? Which makes sense that you're doing it here in this story. I'd like to see it sometime. The idea, the fact that Nick lives in a studio just makes me miss my old apartment. I only had it to like myself for about 6 months, but it was so great. Mm. Most of the dateable Yags guys, honestly, in different ways. Fair enough. Fair enough. I thought you had mentioned something about like putting a portion of yourself into Carlos, and maybe you and I were talking specifically about Carlos. Um, I was telling Matt about that when we were on a walk, and she was like, "So let me get this straight. You chose to date the character that Bob made himself after." I was like, "Well, when you put it that way, it sounds weird." um, the idea of seeing his boyfriend's private space feels intimate somehow, even though Nick's seen his just about every week since they've known each other. Then I'd like to show it to you sometime. I'm imagining a square box with a bed, a single table, a single chair, and every medical textbook known to me. Carlos grins. The necessities. Okay, well, Madeline. I will. Yeah, okay, fair. Fair enough. I don't know how to respond to that, honestly. I'm trying to think of like a innuendoed comeback, but hey, there we go. There it is. That's only for the adults that know how to spell. Nick chuckles. Actually, you're not too far off. Carlos feels a strange sense of pride in it. Although I do have two chairs, but they're folding chairs. Oh my god, Nick. And a TV, but I don't think I've ever used it. He stops, which would surprise and shock the Nick from undergrad who made a habit of Thursday reality TV. I am getting into reality TV more again, and it is great. It is absolutely great to watch just trash TV. Really gets your mind out of things. I see why someone in like the medical field would go after that. Uh, it's funny for as like minimalist as I am. I think Dorian would be shocked to see like the load of stuff that I used to have in my apartment when I lived by myself. You're into reality TV? Carlos isn't sure why that surprises him, because it seems like trash. And it is. It's great trash. And it just shuts your mind right off. It's escapism in a good, bad way. Yeah, I mean, don't get super involved and invested in it, but it's really good. It's really good. TLC has like got my money right now. Yeah, it's something that Wade and I bonded over. Oh, Carlos feels a bit of a perverse pleasure in the thought that Nick doesn't think that shows are important anymore, but then wonders if they instead just remind Nick of good times between him and Wade. And he's avoiding them either out of respect for Carlos or because he still has feelings for Wade. Ooh, Carlos, you are reading way too much. Granted, could be plausible. Definitely. Um, I, he doesn't want to think about that right now. Yeah, maybe don't. Oh, I have something for you. Nick stands, pulling a sheet of paper out of his pocket and handing it to Carlos. Carlos opens it, and it's test results. Negative across the board. The only test that it is good to fail. He isn't sure why he said it out loud or why his voice is suddenly shaking. He folds it back up and hands it back to Nick, because it means that things could happen, so. Who stuffs it into his back into his pocket. Not that I'm implying anything by it, of course, either. And I'm sorry it took so long. Things have been busy. Nick sits back down next to him on the couch and leans against him. Carlos's arms wrap automatically around him. I just wanted to make sure you had them. Well, I guess saw them. But you can have the sheet if you want. Carlos shakes his head in the idea of actually having the sheet a little too invasive for some reason. No, thanks, he swallows, suddenly feeling scared. If it's okay with you, though, I'd, like to do that with you. Nick smiles at him gentle. Babe, I told you that if it was important to you, then it's important to me. And I still mean that. But I think it's your decision. Carlos blushes. You're not leaving yet. Can we maybe. He trails off, but Nick seems to get the message, kissing him again before standing and offering a hand. Carlos takes it, letting himself be pulled into his bedroom, his heart hammering in his chest in a way he isn't sure it ever has before. Woo! In a way he isn't sure it ever has before sex, even the first time with Dan. Still weird to me. Still weird to me. Okay. Despite the obvious need between the two of Despite the obvious need between the two of them, Nick takes his time, gentle and tender, and Carlos doesn't think it's ever been like this before. Nick smiles at him afterwards, kissing his cheek. Was that okay? That was incredible. Thank you. Nick smiles gently, kissing him again. I'm glad. That was incredible for me too. Carlos pulls him against him, resting Nick's head against his chest and wrapping his arms around him. Nick sighs in content. Carlos' hands run through his hair. But as he lies there, coming down from his endorphin high, he feels something. Like his chest is tight and there's something in his throat and he can't quite catch his breath. And his eyes are suddenly watering. It reminds him of how he felt when Nick was wow, my brain. And it reminds him of how he felt when Nick was filling him so gently, like Carlos was the most precious thing in the world. He stops for a moment, starting to worry. His arms tighten around his torso, and then the feeling's gone. He doesn't want to think about what that means. Hang on. Okay. Hmm. I'm curious. Okay. I'm just rereading it real quick. Okay. I have a feeling we'll get like a an emotionally satiating uh realization from Carlos at some point. Thursday, April Fool's Day. Is something wrong with me, Chico? Adam looks up at him from the textbook he's reading. Sorry, I missed the last thing you said. I Carlos immediately regrets starting the conversation. This was Adam's study time. Sorry, I shouldn't be distracting you. I'm supposed to be reading. Or yeah, I'm supposed to be reading. Adam shakes his head and puts his book down. Fine, dude. Say it again. Is something wrong with me physically? Am I having a heart attack? Adam frowns. What are your symptoms? Smell burnt toast. Your arm going numb. You have a feeling of impending doom. After Nick and I, um, have sex, he blushes, but Adam doesn't. Apparently in professional doctor mode now. And I'm holding him against me. There's this tightness in my chest. My throat feels tight. There's this intense, I don't know, it's like my head briefly swims and I feel like I want to cry, but then it passes. Adam looks at him, seemingly thinking, that doesn't sound like a heart attack, dude. This happens after sex? Right after sex? Yeah. Have you two done anything new recently? New positions? Maybe something more physically intense or demanding than usual? Carlos blushes again. I. He stops. I understand now why people want doctors who aren't their friends. Oh, Adam suddenly seems to realize what they're discussing and blushes too. Sorry, I didn't even think about that. I was too busy trying to think of what kind of condition could cause that kind of chest, sorry, chest and throat tightness after intense physical activity. Carlos pats his arm. It means you'll be a good doctor, dude. Professional detachment or whatever. But, yes. He clasps his hands tight. He clasps his hands together, wishing he could stuff them into his pockets right now. He stares at them. Not more physically demanding, but we stopped using condoms. Ah, Adam says, no hint of judgment or embarrassment in his voice, but Carlos can't look at him anyway. Was that important to you as a thing? It's stupid. Here's us adding Chico, trying to go for some sense of detachment at least. Fair enough. Have a like make this as much of a not conversation that you would have at any other point than you asking his professional medical opinion. It's not stupid, dude. It something you really wanted. I yeah, yes, I've never done that before with anyone. Right. Adam sounds a lot happier than he should, and when Carlos looks up at him, he's grinning. You go, what? You don't look like I'm about to keel over in the middle of the living room. Dude, I think you're in love. What? Adam's grin turns into a soft smile and he takes Carlos's hand and gently pats it. It's relaxing and reassuring. And Carlos calms down at it. I think you love him, dude. Is it emotionally intense? Like you just want to pull him tighter and kiss him and let him know how much he means to you? I I mean, we just had sex. There's all those endorphins and stuff swimming around, right? Adam nods. And that's part of why, at least at first, it's more common to feel that way during or after sex. I think you love him, dude. Carlos considers that for a moment. He knows love. He loves Adam. He loves his brothers. He loves his parents. Now, he loved his parents. There we go. Now, an intense, painful hatred that makes him want to grab the nearest breakable thing and throw it. He ignores that part. But love isn't like this feeling. It's gentle and affectionate and soft. Love can be very passionate and intense in different ways for different people. It's in the way Adam calms him down and smiles at him when he places a plate of food in front of him. It's in the joy he'd felt when Adam went to a gay pride parade with him, looking slightly uncomfortable the entire time, but wanting to be supportive. It's in the pat on the back or Adam's hand ruffling his hair, the way he always feels so safe when Adam's nearby. It's in the unspoken words they can exchange with a glance or a brushing of fingertips against each other. There's also different kinds of love, and I think this is Carlos's first time really experiencing sexual and romantic, which is also very true. Um, yeah, having different, pardon me, um, having different facets to love is obviously different. That's where I was going with that. Um, and those like grow and shift with different things. This isn't that. This is intense and sudden and demanding. It feels like he suddenly can't get enough air, can't get enough of Nick. Yes, that is passion, sir. You love Adam in a different way. Your love for Adam isn't intensely passionate. It is it's a different form of intense and a different form of passion, but this is like a deep sexually romantic passion. He shakes his head. No, I don't think so. There has to be something wrong with me. Adam smiles at him and picks up the textbook again. Well, if it happens again, stop and think for a second about why. And ask yourself if it's because you're feeling a sense of connection in the moment that goes beyond just the physical contact and intimacy, like some sudden desire or intense need that you can't control. This is what I was talking about earlier, where, like, if you sense something unfamiliar to you, take in the moment and see what's causing it and what you're actually feeling. Oh, that does sound closer, and he's not sure he likes it. Okay, thanks, Chico. Adam makes a noise, but he's buried in his book again, and Carlos is pretty sure he didn't really hear him. He picks up his own book again, trying to focus on the words, but his mind just wanders. Saturday, April 10th. He lies in Nick's bed, staring at the rectangle of light painted on the wall by the bathroom, waiting. Nick takes a bit longer in the bathroom, and for some reason his heart pounds in anticipation. After what feels like ages, Nick walks out, a pair of sweats hanging low on his hips, and a threadbare t-shirt tight across his chest. And Carlos can't help but stare. That feeling back in his chest again. He remembers Adam's words, and from the warmth he now identifies, along with the tightness and the slight way his breath hitches when he thinks about running his fingers over the tight fabric, he wonders if Adam might have been right. It's desire, but also something more. It scares him. Sorry, I forgot I ran out of toothpaste this morning and had to open a new tube. That took a long time? Really? Okay, shaky jakey. Bye, buddy. Nick stops as he notices Carlos's expression and looks a little concerned. Babe, is everything okay? You're beautiful. Carlos shakes his head, tearing his gaze away, even though from the way Nick's now blushing, he's pretty sure he doesn't mind. I just laughed at that, not because that's a funny line, but because it just reminded me, like, 2 days ago, I think. Um, I was in the living room and I turned to Dorian and was it? I told him that he looked very attractive and his eyes got like really wide. And I think he either said bagel or soda to me because he wanted me to get him something from the kitchen. And it was like unnervingly hilarious that I was like having an intimate moment with him. I was like, you're a very attractive man. I like, you're very aesthetically pleasing to me. And yeah, that his response was like to glower at me and ask for food. I mean, depending where you store your new toothpaste tubes and how much stuff is behind, it's behind in the cabinet. My new toothpaste paste tubes are on an entirely different floor. And thank you for reminding me that I need a new tube. Always looking out, bud. You look very attractive. Bagel now. Also, like, getting to that level of comfort with someone is an amazing feeling. That level of comfort where we're at in the game or where you can tell someone that they look attractive and then or someone can tell you that you look attractive and you can demand a bagel. Oh, it's just an old undershirt and sweatpants. Very attractive though. That I understand that. That is an attractiveness thing. Where being affectionate is commonplace so you don't focus on it so much anymore. That's fair. I can say very publicly. I wouldn't mind if being reciprocated just a smidge more. I like being told that I'm pretty, but yes, it's very nice. I think I tell him that he's attractive like somewhere in the ballpark between like 5 and 10 times a day. So you're pretty. Ah, thank you, thank you. I was kind of meaning I would like that from my boyfriend, but thank you, Bob, or my fiance now, if she's still in chat. Carlos isn't sure how to articulate that he's never had this before. Never seen someone look so comfortable around him like that before. At least not someone he can touch. And someone where he didn't have to imagine what the small sliver of skin and sparse trail of hair were teasing and previewing. The one time he'd spent the night with his ex had been an unpleasant experience for many reasons. And Adam was Adam. The thought of waking up next to Nick the next morning for the first time somehow had him speechless with want and anticipation. He isn't sure how to say that he suddenly realizes he loves the man standing in front of him. I will say, like, that is something that never gets old for me. Um, is that also just a look into my personal life? There are times when I like look at Dorian, and for whatever reason, whatever is going on, I like see him and have this like moment where I'm like, oh my god, I am in love with this man. Oh my god. And like he's here. Like he's a real person and he's here. Ah, it's great. It's great. I sincerely hope anybody that like wants that in life gets it. Oh, it's sometimes so random too, never gets old. Exactly. It yeah. And those are some of the times when I tell him that he looks attractive because that's all I can say or that I love him. And then he tells me to, go get him a bagel or soda or something. So I can tell that is him saying like, ditto, bro. He immediately feels self-conscious about his own sleepwear and pulls out his own shirt. He can't say it. You're beautiful too. Nick turns off the bathroom light and moves towards him. His face lit now by the street lamp through the window. Carlos blushes, loving the way the words make him feel. Not like you are right now. Nick stands at the foot of the bed and seems to look the bed over. So I see you've picked a side. I hope you're happy with your choice because you can never change your selection again. Carlos tries to remember why that sounds familiar. What? Nick smiles at him and climbs into the other side. It's a thing. Couples typically have a side of the bed that's theirs, and usually don't change afterward. In most cases, it's the side they end up on the first time they spend the night together. Yeah, mine is the left. Carlos's heart swells at couple, even though it shouldn't be a surprise to him in any way. The tightness is back. Oh, I'm mostly kidding though. Well, not about that, but we can choose sides at any point if you decide you like the other one better. Carlos thinks for a second. No, you're on the side you usually end up on after sex, relative to me. I think it makes sense. Nick nods, moving closer to him and pulling him in for a gentle kiss. Works for me. Carlos kisses him back, focusing on the way it makes him feel and how the tightness is replaced with the gentle content. Shit. He breaks, pulling Nick's brain. He breaks, pulling Nick's head down and against his chest instead, and Nick shimmies downward slightly in the bed before wrapping his arms around. Carlos closes his eyes, his arms around Nick's back and his hands running gently through Nick's hair, and he tries to focus on the way he can feel Nick's breath through his t-shirt, and the way his own heart is suddenly pounding, despite not doing anything. Nick must notice too, because Carlos can feel him frown against him. Are you okay, babe? Your heart rate's a little elevated. What a medical term. Just the concern in his voice brings the feeling back, and he tightens his arms around, finding that it helps. Yeah, He squeezes his eyes shut tighter, trying to get the words out. I, I love you. That, for some reason, helps. And the tightness turns into a pleasant joy. The tear runs down his cheek. He realizes he's pouring his feelings through his arms into the man against him. He relaxes somewhat, feeling like he's maybe squeezing a little too tight. I just realized that. Yeah, he hasn't said I love you yet. Oh. You can feel Nick smiling against his chest and hates the sudden disappointment he feels that Nick didn't say it back. Of course he didn't say it back. You've only been together for 4 months. I mean, I mean, granted, I will say I maybe throw that word around a little too loosely. Um, but I want people to know how important they are to me, and I feel love and affection for them. Also, the first time I told Dorian I love him, it slipped out by accident. So, yeah, didn't quite have this moment. Then Nick shifts and Carlos opens his eyes to find Nick's head next to his. Nick's eyes shining and staring into his eyes. I love you too, Nick says before kissing him gently, but still full of passion. Carlos doesn't even notice the way the tears are flowing now as he pulls Nick on top of him and kisses him back like he's the only thing in the world. Later, Carlos slides back into bed after cleaning up after sex and pulls Nick against him again. He momentarily misses the feel of Nick's bare flesh against his, cursing the fact that they dressed again, but settling for a hand under Nick's shirt against his side instead. I'm kind of amused that I asked if you wanted to stay over. And the first time we're doing this is at your apartment, he says, kissing Nick's head. Nick chuck. Oh, water. Momentarily. Well, that's gone now. Nick chuckles, one hand drawing circles on Carlos's chest through his shirt. You also said you'd like to see my apartment, so we're knocking out 2 relationship goals at once. Carlos closes his eyes, a smile on his lips, liking the idea that they're progressing through some list of relationship related events. I like that. His arms tighten around Nick, who makes a pleasant noise. It's never been like this before, with anyone. Nick kisses his shoulder. Glad. He's quiet for a bit, seemingly thinking. Actually, I think I can say that too for myself. I've dated guys before, and I loved Wade, and we spent the night, of course. Carlos isn't surprised by any of that, but it still fills him with a momentary discomfort. But I've never fallen for someone like I did for you. I think I blame the way Adam talked you up before we met, and I thought he was exaggerating. And I met you, and it turned out he wasn't after all. Nick. Carlos's eyes are wet now. He doesn't dare open them. He can feel Nick shift next to him, then kiss, then kiss his cheek. This is like, very, very well done. It's not actually that I need more water. It's that cap, the cap fell off and is now somewhere under my desk. Show up with a bucket and dump it on his head. Bob, I just complimented your writing because it's making me emotional. And you're wanting me to get like poured with water. The disrespect. I don't think I knew before you how perfect someone could be. And I hope that I can always be the kind of person you need as well. Nick says, his voice soft. Carlos can't not look at him at that. His vision slightly blurry from tears. Nick's eyes are large and filled with honesty. You do, Nick. You're better than anything I could have dreamed of. Smart and supportive and affectionate and just. I feel like you give me back so much every day. Nick smiles, kissing him gently. I love you. Carlos gently maneuvers. His head is over Carlos's chest again, running one hand through his hair. I love you too. Words come more easily that time. Ah! Adam! Wednesday, April 14th. Hey babe, feel free to say no if you don't want me joining you, but I wouldn't mind tagging along the next time you and your friends go out to a club, if it's a time when I'm free. Carlos looks over at Nick sitting on the couch with Adam, with notes spread everywhere as he takes off his shoes, having just returned from a club with his friends. He isn't sure he heard Nick properly. What? You go clubbing? Pat, completely unrelated. Where are the buckets? They're above R2D2 in the like hallway closet. Yeah. Why? Why do you ask? They're next to all the pet stuff. Also, I have a ton of artwork over here that if any water falls on it, I will be very upset and people will get kicked out for. Nick blushes at that. Yeah, well, Wade and I used to. We had a bit of a group in undergrad. I just haven't felt like I've had enough time since moving here. Not to mention dealing with the subsequent hangover, but I guess that part's a bit easier to deal with by just being more careful with drinking. This also reminds me that I am supposed to make plans with my coworkers that is just like going through my brain. No reason, I just spilled something. Oh, okay. You spilled something and need a bucket in our almost entirely carpeted apartment? Cool. Okay. He ignores the tingling in his chest, waits. Even in his inebriated state, he has the sense not to be the one to broach the topic. Dude, of course you're welcome to come with us. He also likes the idea of another opportunity for Nick to socialize with his other friends. They'd all gone to dinner together a while back, so he'd met them. But it was too much of a pain to arrange that kind of thing regularly. So Nick hadn't been around them as much as Carlos feels like he would have liked. And the interaction otherwise had been limited to a few quick meetups with a person or two on the rare opportunity when he ran into one of them while they were out together. Also, I just got like intense hunger pains. I realized I'm hungry. And I know that it's actually hunger because I've been drinking water for 3 hours. I've also been going for 3 hours. Oh my goodness. Okay. And now that I've asked, I feel like I'm going to be so busy that every time you ask, I'm going to be unavailable. But keep asking, okay? It won't.
My water.
I realized the very unmanly shriek that I just did. Interesting. Put those right there. Also, I think one of them did come over here. There you go. Happy? So manly. Ah, an attacker. But I saw it was a woman, so I didn't throw a punch, and that's the only reason that I didn't fight back. Because I'm an alpha male. I'm a red pill kind of guy. Yeah. It won't annoy me, and I won't be saying no because I don't want to go. It'll be because I'm legitimately too busy. Carlos nods, understanding that even without the explanation, moving next to the couch and waiting as Nick moves some papers to clear space before he sits down next to him. Nick kisses him and then looks contemplative. Whiskey and Coke? Whiskey, Coke, double Coke. Carlos is mildly impressed. Ah, he's smelling the alcohol on him. It makes the drink last long. Makes the drink last longer. It doesn't cost anymore. Fair enough. That is genius. In a second. Sounds like a sound economic decision. Nick kisses him again. Well, I don't want to be like Adita. Cosmos double vodka with some added syrup to make it go down easier. He's a lightweight anyway, and after a couple of those, he's down for the count. Nick makes a face. Simple syrup? Who adds that to a Cosmo? The point is, it's supposed to be tart. Cranberry, lime, and triple sec for a bit of sweet. Gross. Carlos finishes, and simple syrup for a lot of sweet in his case. Yeah, I prefer a sweet drink, so I don't really like Cosmos. On top of other reasons I don't like Cosmos. Drinks sounds like a good idea. I don't work tomorrow. If you want to make drinks, we have stuff. We can have spiked chocolate. We have margaritas. We got all the stuff. We got all the stuff in the fridge and the cabinet. Peppermint cocktails, go. Bob, I don't know if you're trying to make me ill, but you should know I adore peppermint, just not that nastiness that she gave me. Ugh. Vanilla is alcoholic. Just serve Pat some peppermint vanilla. uh, hmm. Do I need to separate you two? I will. Bob, you will sit at the front of the class, and Matt, I will throw you so far in the back. Nick shakes his head. Vodka sodas are screwdrivers for me. Fun fact, the Nick that I dated also enjoyed screwdrivers. I'm not a fan of strong flavors in my drinks. Carlos notes that fact down. Anyway, sorry, we're almost done here. No! Peeking around. Yeah, that's right. You two behave. I don't want to have to escalate things. Carlos wraps an arm around his back and grabs his book from an end table from its position buried under other binders. Take your time. I'm just going to read myself. Nick leans against him, and he and Adam continue their quizzing. And Carlos wonders if a nice bottle of vodka would be a reasonable birthday gift. Enough? Tuesday, April 20th. Bob, we gotta take this to a more private chat to plot against him. Madeline, if you're passing notes in class, I will find out about them in some way. Babala? Babala. What am I gonna do with you two? Insert rubbing hands gif here. I have told you my eyes are not tops right now. I saw rub and I finished the word very differently. Babala. Boobala. Madeline. Carlos knocks on the door to Nick's apartment, waiting a bit before it opens. Nick smiles at him but looks guilty. Hey, I know we were supposed to go out for your birthday this Saturday, but something came up. Oh. Carlos feels a bit more disappointed than he thinks he should. He's been looking forward to his first birthday celebration with a boyfriend. Sure, that's fine. Madeline? Whatever you're plotting. There better be a drink. Better be a drink. Also, I am so hungry. I just realized. I've already had dinner. I already had dinner, right? Did I? Oh no, I took a nap instead. I haven't had dinner. Cool. I have some calories I can eat. Nick seems to suddenly remember that Carlos is still standing in the hallway. Sorry, hi, come in, come in. Nick steps aside and Carlos walks into the apartment, dropping his overnight bag on the ground. Okay. I have a feeling that's going to change to a toothbrush staying and then clothes staying and. Nick steps aside and Carlos walks into the apartment, dropping his overnight bag on the ground, wrapping an arm around Nick's waist and pulling him in for a kiss. Whisper, whisper, whisper. Secret, secret, secret. Busy with class stuff? He asks when they break. Oh, Nick seems nervous. No. Oh. He wants to pry, but feels like he shouldn't. Okay, you don't have to tell me. Like I'm a cat. But uh-huh. 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 Fine, you keep your secrets. You keep I got secrets. I got secrets too. Don't worry. Don't worry. You guys have it coming. No, it's just Wade's gonna be in town. Oh, right. I forgot that was a thing. He just let me know yesterday, and I haven't seen him since we graduated, and I just Nick shrugs. I know the timing's terrible because we already had plans and it's your birthday and it's really not fair to you, but it didn't seem fair to him either for him to come all this way and for me to miss him. Nick. Nick, baby Bubba. Um you didn't plan that. It's not rude for you to not see him if you already have plans. But that aside, we're moving forward for the story. Yeah, just like that. Then you're gonna mumble, mumble, mumble. Grumble, 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 grumble. All right. So, oh, good idea. What about redacted? Redacted. All right. So, based on this information that I'm getting, if in fact I don't see a cat version of Bob, um, meshed with some sort of Madeline secret agent redaction, um, I will feel like you two didn't do your part in this. Frankly. If he wasn't flying in Friday morning for work and out again Saturday evening, I would have suggested a different day instead, but excuse me. But he was thinking we could see Alcatraz, so maybe I could do that during the day and we could have dinner. But if it's not okay with you, tell me and we can stick with our original plans instead. What do you think the C stands for? Bobcat Games. Bob, I know what the C stands for. Not Cats or Conway. Um, Come on, Pat, get with it. Sorry, right. It's definitely Bobcat. I just got that. That took an embarrassingly long time for me to get. You know, sometimes I may be a little bit late to my own party, and that's fine. Oh. Also, fun fact, if you're doing something like that, you can invite your current boyfriend and your ex together, and it's not weird. The first time that Duran and I were in Colorado, I invited my ex Nick to go to dinner with his fiance. Um, they could not because his car had been stolen. But yeah, so that's a way you could make this way less weird. Nick is starting to ramble in a way he does when he's nervous, and Carlos feels a lot of things all at once. Jealousy, he thinks, especially that Nick's taking time away from studying and away from him on a day they were supposed to be celebrating together for this man, and doing something that the two of them haven't done together. Envy for what he knows Nick and Wit. Ooh, also, bravo knowing the difference between jealousy and envy. They are two different emotions. For what he knows Nick and Wade had when they've still never talked about, and for what Carlos wants for the future for the two of them. Disappointment that they weren't going out together this weekend, ruining his plan to take him up to the Alamo Square with a picnic lunch, so he finally had another excuse to try and make a bread he thinks he's finally mastered. This, weirdly, is actually a very mature thing that he's doing. He's taking a minute, understanding the situation, and then going through his emotions. That way he can properly, I'm assuming, that way he can properly express them later, should any of them actually need expressing. If this conversation goes to where Carlos just says, no, everything's fine, then I'm going to be disappointed. But what he's doing is actually a very. He kicks himself. He doesn't have a monopoly on Nick's time or a say in who Nick sees. Correct. Just like he doesn't with Adam. Correct. And Nick is right that it would be terrible for Wade to come all this way and for them to not meet up. Incorrect. I get that they could be friends and that, it was amicable and whatever. And that's fine. Totally fine. However, if they wanted to see each other, they could also make a planned time and just say, darn, not this time because I had plans, and if it weren't my boyfriend's birthday, definitely, definitely would have seen ya. But this is a little too important to me right now. So maybe next time, or better yet, let's plan it so I know not to already be booked. Just saying. That's also an option. Makes for a less interesting story, but is an option. I'd like to meet him. There we go. Makes for an interesting story, and like I said, you can meet. And it might actually take away some jealousy because you can see him and be like, oh, I'm 10 times more compatible with Nick. Or you can see him and be like, wow, he was a nice guy. He was a pretty cool, kosher dude. I see why you liked him. I'd like to meet him, he says before he even knows he's thinking it. Shit, sorry, that was completely inappropriate. Nick's staring off into space now and he rubs his lower back. It's totally fine. Of course you should see him. He kicks himself again. Nick hadn't asked for permission. I mean, I'm glad the two of you still talk. Okay, you're getting a little weird, bro. He's not sure about that part, but he hopes it helps. Um, actually, Nick says, and Carlos holds his breath, not expecting any response. That would start with that. I think that would actually help. Then Nick shakes his head. Sorry, you didn't mean this time. Just, yeah, of course you should meet him if you want to. Not this time if you don't want to, and it's fine if you don't want to at all. Sorry, you said you wanted to. Carlos kisses him gently, draws focus back. Dude, I don't want to make you uncomfortable, or him, or myself, thinks. Still not sure how he feels about the whole thing. You won't make me uncomfortable. I think it would actually really help me. But that's a lot to ask of you. Why would this help you? Nick. Hmm. Interesting. Okay. I'm gonna say it would help him because he'll have a support person um in the face of what could bring up hard memories. Nick shakes his head again. Sorry, I keep assuming you mean this time. I do. Carlos decides the abstract sometime leaves too much room for him to avoid the subject. But only if you're completely okay with it, and if he's completely okay with it. Okay, if you're sure, I'd really like if you joined us on Saturday. He'd think it was some sort of uh, placation if he didn't know Nick well enough to. He'd think it was some sort of placation if he didn't know Nick well enough to know how sincere the response was. Are you sure it'd be okay with him? Yeah. Nick seems more confident about this part. I think he'd be happier if I brought you than if I didn't, actually. Okay. Carlos isn't quite sure he understands why that would be the case, but decides not to ask, wrapping his other arm around Nick, pulling him close and pressing their bodies together, and loving the way Nick relaxes against him. But despite the feeling, his mind starts to wander again. How final was the breakup? Oh. Bro, you killing me. So, okay. Going through your emotions in the face of something uncomfortable? Great. Very mature. Awesome. Um, Making kind of a decision that you could have a third option that wasn't telling Nick no and not telling Nick no and being uncomfortable. There was a third path, and you found a third path. Um, how final was the breakup? You know, I think most people are under the impression that all breakups are final. I say most people, not everybody, and not every breakup. But yeah, I understand this is part of his character. This is part of his uncertainty. This is part of him being uh being um what is the word? What is the word? Unconfident, having a lack of confidence. Um Insecure. There we go. Of him being insecure. But I know how this ends. I've seen the end of this story. Um but Carlos, if Nick at any points decide he doesn't want to be with you, let him not be with you. If you have this intense emotions about Nick, imagine the guy that does want to be with you. How great that will also feel. Just my 2 cents. It's out before he even thinks about it, and he immediately regrets it. Yeah, I would too. Starts to apologize, but Nick shakes his head. It was really final as you can get. You don't have anything to worry about, babe. Feels a bit better at that, at least. Okay, sorry, that wasn't my place to ask. I mean, you're feeling insecure and you're letting that be known. And honestly, that's like for all of my, for all of my justification and knowledge and ideas of like this is how you act and shouldn't act and respond and blah blah blah. I can probably say that I wouldn't have the most appropriate feelings if I was talking to Dorian and was like, I feel insecure right now because you're seeing blah 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 blah. How should I be feeling? Or tell me something that'll make me not feel this way. I think it was. We've never talked about it, and I feel like maybe I should have offered to before now. I mean, I don't know. That is a curious idea of like when is the ex's conversation a thing? Because I'm offering to now if you want. Nick clarifies just in case. Okay, can we? Talking. I mean, this is a good time. When it presents itself, that's a great time. Anytime something presents itself is a great time to jump on it. talking about Nick's ex isn't how he'd expected to start the evening, but he feels like maybe it's an important conversation to have. Yeah, Nick turns his head, seemingly looking around the apartment. I guess the options are dining chairs or sitting on the bed. Still sorry I don't have a couch. Fair enough. I had the reverse problem. I had a couch and no bed for months, which was fine because my couch was a very comfortable bed. Chairs, maybe? He isn't in love with the idea of sitting without back support for a conversation of unknown length, and a part of him wants to keep the bed to only categorically pleasant memories, which is really smart. That's actually something that is recommended. Um, your bed is supposed to be for sleep and sex, and that is like for your mental state. It's highly recommended that those are the only things that you do there. You don't talk on the phone. You don't. There's a lot of people that say like you shouldn't watch TV. Um, just sleep and sex. I don't fully adhere to that, but in college I had a futon, but I kept it in couch mode because it was easier. So I effectively slept on a couch. I too also had a futon at some point. I like that philosophy. Um, I too at some point had a futon, and I also, for the most part, kept it in couch mode. I think the only time that I really had it out was like when Dorian slept over. Um, this was also like when I first moved out of Colorado. I had like a lot of stuff and some comfortable things and yada yada. And then by the time that I met Dorian, um, I had substantially less, and I, didn't have that couch anymore, which is why I had the futon and yada yada. So unfortunately, Dorian never got to know my incredibly comfy couch that I had slept on for a long time. Actually, Dorian doesn't know any of the items that saw me through like my first time being an adult alone in the world. Nick pulls away from him and he suddenly notices how cold the apartment feels. He lets himself be led to a chair that Nick quickly grabs some books off of and dusts off quickly with his hands. He's not sure how he should sit, but Nick answers that for him when he moves the other chair, sitting facing Carlos and taking his hands in his. Carlos sits. We really don't have to talk about this if you don't want to, dude. Carlos offers, wanting to alleviate Nick's discomfort. Does that mean you don't want to? No. Carlos is surprisingly sure of that answer. But do you want to? Nick nods. I do. I haven't talked to anyone about it before. You boys need to open up about things. I say that, but we all have our stuff. Carlos is reminded of when they talked about his coming out to his parents. I'm willing to listen if you need to or want to. Okay? Nick takes a deep breath and seems to think for a bit. Maybe we should start with my freak out on Valentine's Day. Carlos listens as Nick tells him about his senior year, being obsessed with his applications and preparations and studying. He tells him about how he knew Wade didn't really like the more serious and studious Nick, and all of the changes he felt like Nick was making, even though they felt like a natural progression to Nick. He tells him about how he knew their relationship was in trouble and felt like he had to do something about it. So, I got some candles and champagne and roses. And on our scheduled night to watch the Survivor premiere, I kind of made a gesture to try and let him know how much I loved him and that I wasn't trying to ignore his wants and desires. Carlos doesn't really like loved him, even though it doesn't surprise him, but he swallows the feeling and nods, telling himself to just he just needed to be supportive right now. And it worked, I guess, for a bit, but it meant I could keep ignoring the fact that we were no longer right for each other. That is hard. Uh, he needed to go to New York and have his big city partying life and his theater tech career and his shot at working Broadway. I needed to go somewhere quiet where I could be heads down and focus where I could be heads down and focus on my studies in the future. So I just seeing the candles and flowers reminded me of that, and it made me worry for a second that the two of us weren't right for each other too. Okay, that makes sense. It's literally just a recall thing. It's like it the actions themselves had no implication. It was just you saw the association, had a recall, and that brought up those feelings, which were then projected towards Carlos. And you talked about it, and that's it. And that's all it needs to be about it. Nix takes Carlos's hand and squeezes, looking into his eyes with what Carlos takes as reassurance. But I know it wasn't the case for us. It was just me being stupid again. Nope. Like I literally just said, that's not a stupid action. That was you saw a certain stimuli, it brought recall, and then you projected. That's not stupid. That's literally how the brain works. No, I understand. Carlos squeezes his hand back, trying to be reassuring in return. Because this really was Nick's time to be reassured. I'm sorry I didn't realize. How could you have? Nick smiles softly. It was romantic. You did amazing. You are amazing. Carlos wants to keep talking about that forever and feels a need to force them back onto the topic at hand. So what made you finally realize that you were no longer right? My friend Laura and Wade, he kept telling me without telling me that he knew things were over. Laura was a bit more blunt about it, and she finally managed to get through my stubborn head. Well, I thought she had because Wade and I finally broke up, but I guess I still held out hope. Carlos feels his heart fall at that. Still? Nick suddenly looks desperate. No, babe, not anymore. I meant after we broke up, I knew I wouldn't be happy in New York, but I still held on to it. My first med school offer was NYU, and I thought it was maybe a sign. Even after I got UCSF, and it's so fun. It's so funny whenever I read that because my school was CSF, um, and even though it had always been my dream city and my dream school, I held on to that. I guess I thought that if I moved, I could grow to like it, and maybe Wade would eventually see that and take me back. Not gonna make a balls comment about Bob again. For those watching this on YouTube, though, over on Twitch, I do have the Pokemon community game in my chat where you can purchase Pokeballs. So what? What finally convinced you? Wade did. Oh, that sounds promising. He came over to celebrate my UCSF offer, and when I told him I hadn't accepted it yet, he knew exactly why. He told me in no uncertain terms that we were over, and we would always be over. That he didn't think we could be friends anymore if I refused to let him go. And I think that's what I finally needed to hear because I did at that time. Love him? That is a dangerous question if you're. That is a dangerous question. Um, if you are looking for an answer, because love is very different for different people and changes over time. To you like my pokey balls, Pat? I think that they're very necessary if you want to be a Pokemon master. Carlos doesn't mean to be blunt, but he still feels like he's suffocating. Nick nods reluctantly. I think I'll always love him some way. But I think now it's more like I think how you feel about Adam. It's friendly, but not in any way where I'd actually want to date him again. Not in the way I love you. Babala. Uh, yes, you can release a Pikachu and an Eevee and yeah, yeah, Goldeen's, lots of specifically a lot of fish water type Pokemon. Uh, Carlos pushes his buried feelings for Adam back down, and the words do help, and he can breathe a little easier. Okay, that's good. Is that legit a Squirtle? Actually, do I still have them? Hang on, hang on, hang on, hang on. No. Close enough. Blastoise. I guess that's mostly it. I think I hadn't realized until I met you how much I needed someone who could pull me out of my single minded focus, but not in an aggressive way. Not in the way Wade did, where I usually felt guilty about it. You're caring and supportive and understanding. And that's what I love most about you. I think this, him visiting, is a good example of that. Carlos blushes. Yeah, well, you're those things too. And I've had a lot of practice with Adam and academic focus, so now we just need War Turtle. I was trying to look for Mellow. I feel like Mellow's I guess I haven't renewed my subscription to him. I think he has like the Squirtle evolutions as his emotes or as part of his emotes. I think he has like cool like sunglasses Squirtle. You're really sure you're okay with this even though it's your birthday? I can still tell him no. Nick still seems guilty. My birthday is Thursday. I assume you'll be over studying with Adam, and I was gonna get a cake, so we're already celebrating. Nick nods. I will, but Saturday was supposed to be for us. Carlos kisses him, feeling more calm now. We can go out the following Saturday instead, as long as you can get away from studying and everything. He stops, suddenly realizing that Saturday is your birthday. Nick blushes, seemingly surprised that Carlos remembered. It is. Dude, then we're definitely going out the following Saturday, as long as you can spare that time. Yeah, that'd be fine. There's nothing I'd rather be doing on my birthday than spending it with you. Now it's Carlos's turn to blush. Thank you, babe, for listening. Carlos nods, but somehow the conversation really helped him, and he hopes he was able to be as reassuring and supportive for Nick. Of course. Nick stands and holds out his arms. Come here, babe. Carlos stands and lets himself be pulled into a kiss and takes it as yet more reassurance that he has nothing to worry about. And he thinks he almost believes it. Later. Oh, I was thinking today. Nick starts before trailing off. Carlos pulls on his sleep shirt and turns off the bathroom light before turning to Nick, climbing into bed and waiting for him. Always a dangerous activity. He can't see Nick's face in the moonlight, but his voice doesn't sound concerned. Nick chuckles. If you're going to be staying over here somewhat regularly, if you had some stuff you wanted to leave here, you're welcome to. I know you already have a toothbrush, big one. I know you already have a toothbrush and stuff here, but I mean clothes, I guess, or books or whatever. I can give you a shelf in my closet. Dude. Carlos climbs into bed and reaches for Nick, pulling him close. Is this the infamous drawer thing I've heard people talk about for serious relationships? You're pretty sure Nick blushes. For reference, you're about 80% through the chapter. Perfect. The quick save, theoretically, it should work, but I also haven't tested it. Quick save. Quick save complete. Maybe. I mean, I think the two of us are working out, and it doesn't make sense for you to lug a bag of stuff over here every time you're going to spend the night. Carlos kisses him gently. This makes me want to watch Sex in the City. Carlos kisses him gently. Okay, that sounds nice then. Same for you. If you have any clothes you want to leave at our place, you already leave like half your books there, but if there are any others, he really actually likes the intimacy suggested by the mingling of their clothes and things, even if it really should just be a practical consideration. I might do that. I'll show up at your place next time with a huge rolling suitcase of clothing. You forget I've seen your closet, dude. You don't have that many clothes. Now, books, I would believe. Nick and I share some qualities. For instance, Dorian has a very full walk-in closet that, as I said, is very full. I, on the other hand, have a like very shallow, like sliding door open closet. That is half my clothes and half a bunch of boxes for the move. So, you know, I kind of like wear the same few things on stream. And while I would like to say that's because I like to be consistent, it's really because these are the only clothes that I own. Nick chuckles again and pulls Carlos on top of him. I think we shouldn't be having many clothes right now either. That sounds good to him too. Saturday, April 24th. Okay. I take it this is Wade. Prepaid and will call. What are they doing again? Oh, they're going to Alcatraz, right? I'm like, what do you need tickets for? This to me, like I saw this, I was like, this looks like a what's it called? Farmers market. And then I saw the tickets. I'm like, where are they going? Right, Alcatraz. I mean, fewer clothes makes morning dressing decisions easier. It does. Granted, I would like a little bit more style, but you know, I will eventually have more clothes. I just want if I buy more clothes, I want them to be a smart, like ecological and economical decision. Um, and I want them to reflect my style, which I'm still discovering at almost 30. Carlos isn't sure what he'd been expecting, but it wasn't this. Wade is friendly and charming, and he thinks it reminds him of Nate, except he thinks for real. Except he thinks Wade's smile and laugh seems more sincere. He easily understands why Nick fell in love with this man, and feels his stomach knot up at it. This is what I was saying. Carlos are Carlos and Nate are friends in this canon. Tough, Pat. Okay, Bob, here's the thing. Here's the thing. We need to sit down and have a rewrite. Nate's not Carlos's friend in this canon universe. That's not a thing because Nate is not a good guy. I mean, keep in mind that Carlos and Dan hooked up a lot in this canon. I understand that. And that means he got to see up close and personal what a terrible person Nate was. Just how awful. He got to hear all the gory details of like the fact that he wanted to sleep around behind Jake's back, the fact that he pushes grandmas into the road, like he's just not a good guy. Not a good guy. But then he looks over at Nick, smiling at something Wade had said, and he sees none of the same affection or desire he sees so often in Nick's eyes. And it's almost enough. Oh my, see? Yeah. Nate's not a good guy. He throws grandmas in traffic, he trips little girls, you know? He pops basketballs. He doesn't like Pokemon. So he's clearly a sociopathic monster. Sorry, it isn't quite your birthday. Uh, it could have it could have been nice to visit. My goodness, it could have been nice to visit for that. Although I guess you and Carlos probably just want to celebrate it together. Wade says, smiling at Carlos, and Carlos isn't sure if he likes or hates that Wade is being deferral to him. Actually, Carlos's birthday was this past week, so we're kind of out celebrating that. Nick smiles at him too, and that's full of the affection that made him kiss him in the first place. All those months ago, and that definitely helps. Oh, well, happy birthday, Carlos. I'm sorry if I'm crashing any celebration. Puppies and pulls kitty's whiskers. Exactly. Like he's not a good guy. And Carlos is so selfless. He's so nice. He would never. You're not, Carlos says, even though both he and Nick know Wade actually is. I'm sorry if I'm making things awkward by being here. Wade shakes his head. Is it weird if I say that this actually makes things better? Nick had said something similar, and Carlos hadn't understood it then either. Kind of. Don't get me wrong, because you seem like a really great guy, but if my ex was in town and we were somehow on good terms, I feel like bringing Nick along would make things worse. Wade just nods. Nick has this tendency to hyper focus on things and has trouble letting go of things that really matter to him. I'm sure you've noticed that. Carlos thinks back to how Nick often throws himself into studying with even more dedication than Adam, and sometimes forgets to take care of basic needs like food as a result. He remembers their conversation about family and coming out, and how it had still bothered Nick even after he'd realized there wasn't anything either of them could do about it. He remembers even how Nick had thrown himself headfirst into dating to try to get over him when he thought that Carlos wasn't interested. Yeah, I have. Carlos anti-kicks puppies and puts the kitty's whiskers back after after Nate. It's fine. Him being a cleanup crew is not healthy. That's not a fair relation. Oh, Taylor Tomlinson has this joke about if you know that like you should maybe be on medication and you decide not to. It's like going to a pool. Um, like going to a pool knowing you can't swim without your floaties. And if you take your medication, then it's like having your floaties and you're totally fine. If not, then the lifeguard has to jump in after you. And while he's like holding you above the water, you're like, see, I'm fine. I'm above the water. I'm swimming. And everyone side eyes you and says, that's not really a fair relationship to Kevin. Same thing. I like the analogy. Yeah, it's a great one. I think about it all the time. And Carlos putting back the kitten's whiskers and anti-kicking the puppies is not a fair relationship to Carlos. Yeah, I have. Well, at one time, I was one of those things that mattered to him, and he had trouble letting go, even though we both knew it was the Patrick, quit doing that. Even though we both knew it was the best thing for us. I don't know if he told you that he really didn't want to move to New York, but after we broke up, he was holding on to his NYU offer even after he'd gotten his dream school because he was holding out hope for us. That story, sir, is actually not your place to tell. Nick had told him the same thing and thinks hearing it again helps. Yeah, he told me that. But why would me being here help? That is a thing that I am curious of. The fact that he has you now, you two are clearly so happy together, means that he's truly let go, and it means that he's not just faking it. Because I'm sure you've also noticed how bad Nick is at hiding his emotions and how he truly feels. That is also something that Nick and I share. Um, I have apologized to Dorian and Mad about my face, but I can't hide my face. I am almost 100% sure that Dorian's best friends, that his best friend has pictures of me at his wedding with a not great face through a good portion of the service because it was a Catholic wedding, in spite of the fact that his best friend is not really Catholic. Um, yeah, and so like multiple points, Dorian looked over at me, and my face literally was just like, and yeah, you are Nick. It is now canon. Oh, good. Well, I mean, blue eyes, slender-ish frame. Um, kind of has like the stubbly and mustache, but not like a full anything. And I think he's blonde. I can deal with that. Sure. I'm right here, Nick says, but it's teasing. Case in point, Wade says, and Carlos laughs because he knows Nick's words mean he's actually a little annoyed. But you two look truly, but the, but you two look truly happy together, and he seems truly at ease with you. So seeing that instead of just hearing it from him is helpful for me, and that's why you make things better. Carlos thinks he understands now, and Nick's beside him again, squeezing his hand. He tries to find something else to say in response. Maybe to thank Wade, but then there's an announcement on the intercom. And I think that's our ferry, Nick says, pulling the ticket out of his pocket. Carlos follows Wade down to the dock for the ferry to Alcatraz. Nick holds his hand the entire time, and between Wade's speech, the talk with Nick earlier in the week, the feel of Nick's thumb gently rubbing against his hand, he thinks he finally feels like he has nothing to fear. Later. Hey dude, how was Wade? Carlos stops as he pulls off his shoes and surprised for a second at the question. Of course Adam would know about him. Adam and Nick talk too. Probably more than Carlos and Nick. It should make him jealous, but instead it makes him happy. I mean, that's also a good thing. Like, Dorian and Mad spend more time together at home than I do with Mad, or even than I probably do with Dorian. He's doing well. I mean, I knew that already because we talk from time to time, but it was really nice to see him again, Nick says before squeezing Carlos's hand in a silent question. Carlos smiles at him, trying to convey his response. I'm really okay with this. And he really is now. Even over dinner, when there had been no other activities to do or things to see to distract them, Wade had been friendly and the conversation had been remarkably easy. And Nick had seemed so genuinely happy to be seeing him again that Carlos couldn't help but be happy with him and for him. He can't imagine wanting to talk to his own ex again, but Nick seems like the kind of guy who would want to keep up with his exes. And he likes that thought for some reason, even though that too should make him jealous. I wish he could stay longer, Carlos says, and he feels like he's still surprised that he actually means it. Wade was fun. And they talked about the clubs and gay scene in New York, and Carlos had promised to take him to his favorite clubs in San Francisco the next time he was in town. I'm looking forward to seeing him again. See, that, like, people typically have types when they date. So you'd be surprised how well you would probably get along with your spouse's ex. Um, Not saying that like everyone does, but yeah, I've found that before that I've met certain people that people that I'm dating have dated. And I'm like, oh, shit, they're cool. Nick nods, squeezing his hand again. Me too. Saturday. Matt's birthday! Carlos settles down next to Nick in bed after a more intimate birthday celebration. Oh my god! Nick and Matt have the same birthday! Ah. Nick seems to have his own ideas, and Carlos is more than happy to play along. Nick kisses Carlos's shoulder, snuggling up with him. Was that okay? I'm still not really sure what I'm doing, so I worry I'm not doing a good job. That was really nice, babe. Carlos stills for a moment. The words slipped out unintentionally, but he realizes that it actually does fit this time and doesn't fill him with the sense of desperation that he was trying too hard to make something work that he knew wouldn't, that it always had before. He kisses Nick's head, relaxing again. You were really good. I'm glad. But Pat is Nick. That is Nick. It is canon now. See, Nick's our friendship. Nick is our friendship canonized. He has aspects of me, some physical, some mental. He has your birthday and your hyperfixation. So, there you go. And is very attracted to Carlos, who in some ways resembles Dorian. Hey, that means your birthday is in a week. Happy almost birthday. Yes, yes, it is. Nad's birthday is in almost a week. Um, and she has kind of shifted plans, but my present to her stays the same. I'm glad. It kisses his shoulder again. It wasn't too much. I know you said you like it when I take charge and order you around. I just want to make sure it wasn't too much. Carlos shakes his head. No, it was really hot. Perfect. Do I need to do that more? Take charge more often? Nick seems legitimately curious and maybe almost worried, and Carlos wants to reassure him, but instead forces himself to think for a bit. This is a great conversation to have. Thank you. I will be streaming that day. Good. Mad will still be opening her present on stream. The question should make him embarrassed, or at least blush. The first time they talk about their interests, he'd barely been able to articulate to Nick the kind of things he liked, or at least that he thought he liked. That also changes. He worried Nick would be disgusted or leave him for wanting those things. Instead, Nick being forceful? I'm sure there's other things, but that's actually a pretty commonplace one. Instead, Nick had been Nick, and instead gently kissed him, reassured him that everything he wanted was perfectly reasonable and normal, and apologized for being a bit more vanilla himself. Then he'd smirked, put on an authoritative voice for the first time, and ordered Carlos around in a way that he'd loved. Ooh. Take charge, Nick. Ooh. So it would make him embarrassed, but it should make him embarrassed, but it doesn't. Carlos thinks about why. Thinks about how different Nick is from Dan. In ways that he's rapidly finding that he prefers. Still so weird. It will never not be weird. He likes the way intimacy with Nick feels more about the two of them together than the physical act itself, but likes the way Nick holds himself afterwards in a way that Dan rarely did, or, if he thinks about it, never did, because Dan never held him like this. How it feels like an extension of the physical act they just shared. because it is. He trusts Nick, he realizes. He trusts Nick in a way he never really trusted Dan or anyone else before Nick. Even with his ex, when he dared hope for more, he never felt like this. Nick just feels right, and he loves him. No, he shakes his head, smiling now. I didn't realize how okay, sorry, how amazing sex could be before you. So I think I was trying things to feel that rush, that satisfaction. And with you, I feel all the I feel that all the time already. Abe. Carlos looks over at him and Nick is blushing, but looking at him with such love and affection. You do the same to me. So, I wouldn't mind if you threw some stuff in there more often, or you wanted to explore some things, even if they're new things for me. But I'm more than satisfied with this. With you, with everything with you. Nick kisses his shoulder again, and the arm over his chest pulls him in tighter. I love you, Carlos. I love you too, baby. It's intentional that time, and it too feels right. He closes his eyes, letting himself get caught up in the calmness, happiness still washing over him. Happy birthday, again. Nick just smiles against him, and they both gently drift off to sleep. New profile, Wade. Updated profiles. Oh, okay. And that's perfect. That takes us almost, I mean, a little bit past, whoop, where's the save? Um, where is Boom Ala save? Yeah, I'll figure that out in a minute. Um, it auto saves chapter progress. Oh, okay, good. Um, family and piece by piece opened up, and so did breathe. And reaching out to you. Okay, we have a lot to go over next time. Thank you for coming. Thank you everybody that's been in. Uh, cool. I am going to actually retrieve my water bottle lid now. Did that mess things up? No. Cool. Sick. So we will be continuing this next Tuesday. Tomorrow there will be a short coming out. Thursday we'll be playing Fallout. Friday more shorts, and Saturday and Sunday uh, regularly scheduled videos. But cool, my headphone. I'm curious to see more Fallout. It should be easier now to talk in chat, mostly for the fact that I have my restream actually like working now. Heard a lot about it, but knew nothing about it. How did you feel in the last one? Just curious. At least with like what you were saying, because I too am very new to the Fallout. And I know that you have like a slight aversion to horror. And I know that like not my type of game at all, but very interesting to watch. Okay. Um yeah, cuz I don't know that it like visually gets gruesome, but I know that it has like certain plot points that are not mentally great to think about. Specifically like the experiments that happen in the different vaults. Um like obviously our vault we got frozen without being informed and just like thrust into the future without being informed. And so there are experiments like that that take place in all of the vaults that are just absolutely terrible. And then I watched the show with Dorian, and yeah, it like is very gory in certain parts. That was a little much for me. So yeah, just a fair warning. if you decide to watch my Fallout streams, that there may be some of that in there. I'm honestly not sure. That's something I should probably look up. That way I can actually put that as a. Oh, well, I guess, yeah, last time I did it, it instantly on Twitch did like an age restriction. I didn't need to do anything for that. It just like, oh, you're playing Fallout, age restriction, not for 18 under or 17 and under. So yeah, just as a thing, because I know that you're a little sensitive to certain things. But yes, anyways, thank you. With that, I am going to sign off. That way, oh, I didn't even have the music going. Gonna sign off, and I will see you all on Thursday. Have a good night. Bye.